Guys, normally we call these shit Saturdays, but I don't feel like today is a shit Saturday. I feel like it's like a squeaky clean Saturday. Is there a word that's shorter that means the same thing? Shiny Saturday. Spotless. Long. Huh? Sanitary is pretty good too. Guys. They call her
The salt shall be defeated.
One Suit Denims. Okay. Good. Oh, so exciting. Good morning, everyone. Hi. Hi, hi, hi. Hi, everybody. Hi. Hi, hi, hi. Yes. I don't like denims. Her suit is so big and it bothers me. No glasses. Yeah, I should have grabbed my glasses. I don't have my glasses on me. Anyways, good morning, everyone. Hi. I thought it would be kind of like, I don't know if campy is the right word, but I thought it would be like LARPy to wear a suit, but in like a fun way. You know, I feel like everybody else wears suits for fun, and I wanted to also wear a suit for fun. I wanted to do that. I wanted to be like, yeah, I'm suited up. But good morning, everyone. I hope you guys are having a great Saturday so far. I tried to get ready as quickly as I could so pre-show could be short for new people in chat today. And man, whoa, we have a lot to talk about. um, Hasan caused you to have FOMO. Well, no, I feel like it's a male-dominated field wearing suits. I'm like, I'm trying to get in there. You know, I'm trying to get in the suit game, bro. Not actually, but okay. Oh, thanks, Space God. So we have a lot to talk about today. Hmm. Yeah, I was thinking about talking about the weather, maybe? Should we just talk about the weather? It's nice and cloudy outside. No, all in all honesty, okay? Um, we have many a thing to actually get to for real. Before we talk about anything, I do want to say I really do appreciate all of the support. I made a tweet yesterday, and I've talked about it like over and over and over again, and it just like I don't know, it means a lot. And
Hasan's hot. Oh, I'm gonna fuck him.
I don't know how I would have been able to do any fighting if not for any support. And I have tried as hard as I can to be as open as I can um, about everything case wise. And I've tried to keep you guys informed. And, you know, I just felt like a responsibility that if people are donating and they're donating to see that money go towards this lawsuit, I wanted people to see where it was going as much as I could. Um, and so sometimes it's been slow, and I really appreciate everyone's patience. And I've tried my best to give as many updates as I possibly can. Um, Now, before we go any further, you got to play League to bring you back down from this high. Real. Real. Um, but before we get any further, I do want to say really quickly that this is a tentative ruling, and I'll read the post that I made about it, but the ruling that everyone has seen is a tentative ruling. So basically, tentative rulings are what the judge thinks before a hearing. I saw a lot of people that don't seem to understand or know all of the details. So we'll get into that. Sorry about taking yesterday off. I had a lot of stuff to get in order, and then I went to the hearing. Um, and now we're here. Went to the hearing, now we're here. Okay. Basically, just to not waste time. Yeah, so we'll talk about it. I'll talk about the tentative ruling first, and then I will go from there to reading the actual document, and then I want to talk about some people. So yes, let's go bit by bit, and then I can try and explain sort of like what the next moves can be. What's crazy is that you have a lawyer who's explaining to you how shit works. Like, these armchair lawyers are so stupid. I will say, there is something very funny about the number of like YouTube lawyers that were like, there is literally no chance she loses on all factors. That, like, there is no judge that would ever for even a moment think this isn't a cut and dry case. It's like every case has a chance to lose, but like no chance. Like, come on, dude. And I think some of them now are like, I actually was saying from the very beginning that she had a really good chance. It's like, no, you weren't. No, you weren't. Why are you lying? The Dow, why are you lying? What the heck? But anywho. Oh, also, I did want to talk about the Boar Pegasus thing, that Hasan being like, oh, interesting that that's how the laws are. Interesting, And then More Pegasus immediately was like, you know, I actually just kind of don't want to cover Hasan anymore. I realized that, like, I should cover things besides Hasan. It's like, isn't that convenient? You changed up real fast, didn't you? But anyways, I want to spread my content wings. I just wanted to do that, you know? So we'll talk about that as well. Put this here. Now, let me open up the post. Let me pull this up, and then let me pull this up. I think this is probably the easiest way to find it. Hold. Okay, wait. No. All right. I'm late? No, you haven't missed anything yet. We're still good. Perfect. All right, let's open this up. Excellent. Yes, good. Denim suit era? No, I only have one suit and I'm not getting more, okay? They call me one suit denims for a reason, all right?
I don't like denims, like, at all, because her camera is so fucking big, and it bothers me.
That's actually true. All right, close this stuff. Beautiful. You need a purple suit? Dude, true. Are all your haters more deranged than any other haters I've ever seen? What power do you have other than being a woman to cause this? Yeah. Okay. Put this bad boy here. Yes, good. Why is there so much camera? Her camera is so empty. All right. Here we go. Good. Yes. Perfect. Ugh. Why is the dark reader on for this? that better? That is a little better. All right, good enough for today. Whew. Now, let's go, shall we? First and foremost, for anyone who's sort of only in the loop and doesn't know exactly what's happening, about a month or two ago, my legal team filed a motion for judgment on the pleadings, which is basically, it's very similar to a motion to dismiss. You're basically telling the judge, like, you can just assume everything that the plaintiff is saying is accurate and is factually correct, and even despite that, the facts of the case favor us, and you should rule on it now, and you should rule on the pleadings. And that's what we filed about like a month or two ago. And unfortunately, with legal matters, honestly, with this, like for a federal court, this is pretty fast. Everything has been developing really fast, even though it's like a federal court, which is really cool. This went fast. I'm a lawyer, by the way. So I have been pretty happy about it because we originally, I heard you wouldn't get a hearing until October. Well, originally that would be for like a summary judgment, but we decided to move forward with a motion for judgment on the pleadings instead, or like not instead, but immediately. And then we did. And I saw a lot of people saying that Ethan still has to reply or whatever. But the reality is I'll just pull it up. I think that's the easiest way to show you guys. I think this. Okay, I think this is it. Yeah, so we filed our motion for judgment on the pleadings. I believe this is the day, April 17th. Or we either did it on the 15th or the 17th, I don't remember, but this is when the court took notice of it. And then they replied on May 1st. So we issued a document. Here it is. I'll pull these documents up. I think this one might be it. Or it might be this one. So yeah, this was our original document. For motion for judgment on the pleadings. This was the original one that we had filed. And then 2 weeks later, Ethan replied, basically making their arguments on why they disagree. And then we replied back, obviously. So they made the arguments that they wanted to make in this reply basically a month ago. So the hearing is basically the most layman way to explain it is that the hearing is just in case the judge feels like there was something that was missed, or in case you feel like the judge missed something, you can talk about it. And sometimes judges will release tentative rulings, and the tentative ruling is basically saying, this is how I'm probably going to end up ruling on this. We're still going to have the hearing anyways in case there's anything left to think about, and then we'll have like a final ruling. So this was so I wanted to read this out. This is what I posted yesterday. What a crazy 24 hours, man. The tentative ruling feels a little surreal. First, I want to say thank you to everyone who has supported me, believed in me, helped me get here. I could not have done this without all of you. For those who are unfamiliar, tentative rulings are sometimes published in advance of hearings in the interest of streamlining the hearing. The tentative ruling is the position of the court before the hearing, so the fact that the tentative ruling is to grant my motion for judgment is incredible news. The hearing was earlier today, and the judge has taken the matter under submission, and an official ruling will be issued, hopefully sooner rather than later. I'm feeling very optimistic. I'll be going over the document tomorrow on stream. So, yeah, the judge, basically, the hearing was on the 5th, on Friday, and the judge released this document on, I believe, the 4th? I believe it was the 4th. Yeah. And the tentative ruling basically says that they want to grant the motion for judgment on the pleadings and that they find that my work is fair use. And a big reason why tentative rulings are so important is because it's very rare that they are changed. So here is the tentative ruling. I figured that we could just read it together and we can go over everything. I make 6 figures selling YouTubers. Denims is cooked thumbnails. What am I gonna do? Yeah, so reversal is pretty rare. It's yeah, it's pretty rare. But the other thing too is the content of the ruling is very good for me. And a lot of it is very damning, I would say, for Ethan's case. And the fact or the idea that, like, it's not impossible that a judge can overrule, or, like, not overrule, but that the judge can change their ruling or change the decision, the original decision, but your lawyer would have to provide, like, a lot of evidence to convince the judge not to rule that way. So I feel really good. Oh, all right. So we could go ahead and read into it. Oh, and then something else that's very important. So it could be anywhere. So just so we're all on the same page.
Shut up, socialist.
So we still have to wait anywhere from 2 days to 2 months for the judge to officially publish a final ruling. Right? So maybe on Monday we'll figure out what the final ruling is. Maybe next week, maybe the next week after that. I don't have a time, unfortunately. So yeah, we have a lot of stuff to wait for, I guess. And even if the tentative ruling goes through, Ethan could potentially still appeal.
Shut up, socialist.
I have to say, one really sad thing about, I almost feel a little bit bad for Ethan because a lot of the people that are on his side are some of, like, the most anti-Semitic people I've ever seen in my life. Like, it's kind of, like, unbelievably disgusting that, like, if these are the people rooting for you, man, I would hope that there would be some introspection. But anyways, yeah, so we still have to wait for the tentative ruling to go through. It's pretty rare that tentative rulings get changed. Need water. Okay. If it doesn't get changed, Ethan can still appeal. And then, if he appeals, obviously the case would go on even longer. But if he doesn't appeal, there is technically still the other case. So he's suing me for the content nuke, but he's also suing me for the countdown episode, the podcast episode before the content nuke. As you guys would imagine, the reason he hasn't really focused at all and talked about the content, the episode at all, is because I think it's a lot harder to drum up support for the episode, especially when, like, he has spent all that time saying, like, I'm releasing my copyright. Like, no. Like, it's totally fine. Like, you can watch my episode. I'm not gonna. So, yeah, and, like, especially after his debate with XQC, where he was talking about what the thing that he really wants to defend is, like, YouTubers that put a lot of, like, time and soul and heart into a video. And then, like, one streamer watches it and says, like, 5 words or whatever. But that's not the spirit of, like, the episode. So he hasn't really talked about it at all, but that is technically still on the table. So, yeah, there's still, like...
Shut up, socialist.
There is still a journey, okay? But we just don't know what's going to happen yet until, I don't know, we find out where this motion goes. Will you have to pay your attorney's fee if the judge rules in your favor? It depends. It just depends. We have to see what happens. And then I just can't, like, there's still so many factors at play because of this other lawsuit or because of the second part of the lawsuit. And there is still so much at play because he can still appeal. So yeah, there's still a lot to get to before we can do that. Mike seemed to find that unlikely, but it's possible. Yeah. So also a lot of people seem to think, it makes me happy to see, but a lot of people seem to be like, you can sue him now for all of the money in the world, but the reality is like if I was to get any money back, it would be for lawyer fees and only lawyer fees, unless I would start a whole new lawsuit. But yeah. So are you gonna get to demand a ridiculous on-camera apology? Well, no, because that would be part of a settlement, and I don't see why would he go for a settlement like that when he can just drop the lawsuit, right? A judge can't like require someone do something. You can only personally sign off on a settlement. So, yeah. Okay. So yeah, there's a lot to still discuss and still get to, and it's not over till it's over, is what I'm saying. But everything is boding really, really well right now. So I figure we can get into this, and then we'll go from there. All right. Okay. Suing people is very expensive, chat. Well, it's not even that, it's not just that it's expensive, it's just that it's like very time consuming, right? So like the reason why settlements are really popular is because technically you're gambling when you take something to court, right? Because you don't know how a judge will rule on it. And then also the fact that this is like a public lawsuit, like, sorry, all lawsuits, well, I don't actually know if all lawsuits are public. I'm pretty sure all lawsuits are public, but when I say public lawsuit, I mean it's in the public eye and people are talking about it all the time versus like, you know, some random dispute between you and another person. So there is not just like, you have to have the stamina for the court, but then you also have to have the stamina for like the internet, right? I can't believe these people are still sending these messages, by the way. Most of these people, I think, have finally grown a brain and stopped, but it's funny that these people are still saying it. Probably not a gamble in this case. You don't have a chance of winning. Please don't go to trial. Please. The last of the foot fungi. Please don't go to trial. Oh my God. One important thing to note about fair use, everyone, is that there are like the 4 pillars of fair use, and the most important one is whether or not like the work feels basically transformative. And this is actually one of the very few places in a court of law where it's very much so like a you know it when you see it sort of thing. Because there isn't like an objective measure that is used, and in fact, courts have said explicitly that there should not be an objective measure used for transformativeness. Like, you don't have to meet a particular quota, right? Of like words said or level of transformative, right? You know when something feels transformative, and you can explain why it feels transformative, and then obviously the opposition's job is to say, no, it's not because this and this and this, right? But yeah, so we will see what will happen, but we will get to everything bit by bit. Let's go from here. So again, this is the tentative motion. So the tentative motion can still be changed. It's just pretty.
Because her camera is so fucking big and it bothers me.
Guys, funny thing for the 5 gift subs. It's just pretty unlikely, and it's uncommon that tentative motions are changed. Okay.
I don't like Denims, like, at all, because her camera is so fucking
Anonymous,
big
thank you for
and
the
it
5
bothers
gift
me.
subs. Thank you. All right. The court is in receipt of the defendant's motion for judgment on the pleadings. The court heard oral arguments on June 5th, 2026. For the reasons explained here, the court grants the motion. Background, plaintiff, TED Entertainment, sued defendant Denims. Plaintiff brings the following claims for relief: direct copyright infringement against Denims and contributory copyright infringement against the H3 Snark mods. So yeah, one important thing also is that there's like, this is kind of like a three-prong lawsuit where I'm being sued for copyright infringement, or he's alleging copyright infringement of the Nuke and of his podcast episode before he released the Nuke countdown episode. And then he's also suing the H3 Snark mods for contributory content copyright infringement. So the mods linked to my stream, and therefore they also are, they had contributory copyright infringement. But like, yeah, all right. We'll get into all the cope after the reading of the document. All right, let's continue. How is that your fault, though? Well, I'm not responsible for that. Like, that's not... But they're getting sued for that. Right? All right. Plaintiff is a production company that produces content for social media, namely YouTube. Defendant is an online streamer who releases content on social media platforms, namely Twitch. Plaintiff, through its owner, YouTuber Ethan Klein, filed this action seeking statutory damages against the defendant for her alleged live stream reaction to the plaintiff's tragicomic documentary entitled Content Nuke, Hasan Piker, The Nuke. Posted on plaintiff's YouTube channel, January 31st, 2025, the Nuke centered on allegedly controversial political ideologies of the alt-left Twitch streamer Hasan Piker regarding the Israel-Palestine conflict. The Nuke contains, quote, original footage, highly edited montages, parodic skits, and archival materials. The Nuke can be divided into 7 sections. The prologue, the Twitch parody sketch, the Houthi section, the Hezbollah section, the Hamas section, the Twitch section, and the conclusion. It contains original footage, highly edited montages, parodic skits, and archival materials. One sec. Hold up. Get my tea. Pausers. It's a rarity. All right, continuing. The first section walks the audience through Ethan's thesis of the Nuke, that Hasan radicalizes his audience with genocidal anti-Semitic terrorist propaganda. The second section involves a parody, mocking how Twitch has embraced Hasan's extremist rhetoric. The third section focuses on how Piker allegedly radicalizes his audience by glorifying and disseminating Houthi propaganda. The fourth section focuses on Piker's interactions with Hezbollah propaganda. The fifth section focuses on Piker's interactions with Hamas propaganda. And the sixth section explores Twitch's alleged role in enabling Piker to violate Twitch's community guidelines. Hasan personally did this. 1 second. Wait, suit denims, holy. Dude, I want to take the blazer off. But I feel like it's too much aura. It's not a suit without a blazer. That's what I'm saying. All right. Oh, I should have just had the stream be called Suit Saturday. Okay, moving on. Where were we? In the final section, Ethan Klein presents the 2 motivations behind the Nuke, which are to stop Hasan's infiltration of mainstream media. How did that work out? And to hold Twitch accountable for enabling anti-Semitic and anti-Israel animus on its platform. And again, I have to say, like, is it not obscene that it is the people who I feel like the people that I've run into on the internet who are some of the most anti-Semitic people I have ever seen in my life, those are the people that are on Ethan's side. Like, Like, I feel like when people talk about Ethan Klein and they talk about his lawsuits, they say that it's like frivolous lawsuits and he's just targeting people that he thinks are weaker than him, and that's why he's targeting them. And then the people on Ethan's side are like using every they're coming up with new anti-Semitic slurs to be like, yeah, the blank should sue her. It's like, oh my God. What the? Anti-Israel's doing all the heavy lifting in that sentence? Yeah. Yeah. But moving on. The film aims to expose how Piker radicalizes people online to be anti-Semitic and anti-Israeli. Also, may I just say, like, so many Zoomers today are anti-Israel, or at the very least, anti-funding of Israel's war machine and Israel's genocide. And I promise you, the majority of people are not watching fucking Hasan, all right? His head is too small, and it bothers people. Like, it's not... The idea that Hasan is driving all of these people is just... whatever. Why am I litigating the content? I already did that in the first reaction. Why am I doing it now? All right. Criticizes Twitch as a platform. Plaintiff submitted its application to register the nuke with the United States Copyright Office, which... Dude, it was great theater. It really, I think, added to, like, the internet value of the... Or, like, the content value of that video where he announced he was suing people to be like, and then I registered the nuke with the United States Copyright Office. It's like... okay. Okay. All right. Sorry, I can't resist. I can't resist. Transformation goes out the window when prior to the stream you say, hey, watch this so he doesn't get the views revenue. I didn't say that. I said, I will be streaming. And at the end of the video, I said, if you like not watching that shitty video. So not only did I not say that, but I would love for you to look at the 4 pillars of fair use and show me where Malice is mentioned. Show me where Malice is mentioned. Please, please, please. I do wonder if the cope will continue as the case proceeds even further. I guess we'll just find out. You should transform them from a chatter to a banned chatter. I think they might be just like... The problem is that I think in order to be a Denims hater, you have to be kind of stupid. Because, like, this guy is just... He's not capable of understanding English sentences, right? I don't think you have to be pro-Ethan to be against what you, Frogan, and Casey did. I didn't say that. I said the people, some of the most anti-Semitic people I've ever seen in my life are pro-Ethan. That's a whole new sentence, bitch. That is a whole new sentence. Me. Squares are rectangles. You know, not all rectangles are squares. I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I'll pay the last one. What? I don't know what that means. Okay. Sure. Oh, so you hate rectangles, huh? Oh, so you fucking hate... She's rectangle phobic. She calls them rectors, guys. All right? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Hard R and everything. Yep. All right, continuing. Where were we? Throughout defendant's live stream, defendant provides commentary pertaining to the criticism of the nuke. Indeed, plaintiff states where the nuke seeks to expose how Piker radicalizes people online to be anti-Semitic and anti-Israeli. Denims attempts to use the nuke for the exact opposite purpose, to radicalize her audience to be anti-Semitic and anti-Israeli, along with defending Hasan. Now, I saw a lot of people with, like, either, who were either being bad faith or stupid. And we're like, the judge literally called her anti-Semitic. Do we not see the quotes here? Do we not see the part where the statement says, the plaintiff said? and then quotes. Is it both? I don't understand. Now, the other thing too is I've seen a lot of people also say, oh, so if you disagree with something, it's immediately fair use. No, it's just a part of the, it's just a piece of the puzzle, right? The fact that I used it for a totally different use suggests that the market would be different. It being transformative is still required. It's just helpful for the purpose of showing that the market was different. All right. During the live stream, the defendant contends that the nuke resembles a high school project or middle school project. I did say that. I did in fact say that. Defendant also complains about the documentary's editing, the sources the documentary relies upon, and supposed inconsistencies of Klein's statements, and that the video treats the audience as morons as it allegedly attempts to trick them. I also did say that as well. Well, there were like, I remember there were a lot of things in the original content nuke that were kind of obscene.
I don't like Denims, like, at all, because her camera is so fucking big, and it bothers me.
Like the presentation of, what's his name? Oh my god, I'm blanking. The Houthi kid. And just being like, well, there's a picture of him with a gun, and here he says he's a soldier, which means he's a terrorist. It's like, you don't use this standard for Americans. What the fuck? If the only requirement was someone calls themselves a soldier and they have a picture of them with a gun and they're a terrorist, like 50% of Americans are terrorists.
Her camera is so fucking big, and it bothers me.
And it does bother me. So yeah. Yeah. And then there are things that he doesn't like cite and
socialist.
You have a perfect size camera. No, those other cameras scare me. Yours is perfect. Stupid. Skill Cylinder, thank you for the 10 gifts up. Ginger, thank you for the 5. Eddie, thank you for the 5. Thanks, guys. Appreciate the support. All right. As further support of defendant's commentary throughout the live stream, the complaint states the defendant frequently makes comments that are later contradicted by the nuke itself. Now, what this entire paragraph is basically just saying is that in Ethan's lawsuit, he shows multiple instances of me commenting and disagreeing with him and, quote, transforming the content. Like, in his argument, he shows how I was criticizing his work. And it's a very key factor of fair use that what you say does not have to be correct. It does not have to be pleasant to listen to. You can do nothing but spout like nonsense and it's fine. The question is whether or not the work has become something new. Whether or not a 4-hour live stream where I say a bunch of wokey McWoke things has fundamentally changed the experience and fundamentally changed the work. Could we think about that? Like, is the viewer's experience the same if they watch your video versus the original video? Is that the test? That's very close to the test. Well, the test is more complicated than that, but you can simplify it down to, does it feel like the work is different? Right? Isn't claiming you're doing the opposite admitting that you've changed it correct? Well, again, it's a piece of the puzzle, right? Where market harm is most obvious is when the use of the work is exactly the same as the secondary usage of the work. This is actually the reason why, pretty comically, the reason why I've talked about how there are YouTubers that I don't really watch that much. Because I just don't have enough to add to the work. We used to watch FD Signifier on stream, but the problem with watching FD Signifier is that a lot of the time I'm just like, yeah, based, yeah, based, yeah, based. And then it just becomes an Asmongold stream. And I'm like, because what he's saying is true. And it's hard to find things to criticize or things to add when bro is just spitting, right? build upon, extrapolate on, and usually you'll find like a couple sections here and there, and that's it, right? Whereas when you're watching something that you disagree with, there's so much to add. There's so much to go in and say, like, this is totally incorrect because of here, and then this is incorrect because of this, and this is incorrect because of this. So, continuing. Defendant offers further criticism of the subject documentary during her live stream. Following one of the documentary's creators' criticism of Piker's apologia of China's genocide of the Uyghurs, defendant comments on the treatment of the Uyghurs. So much of American media is focused on pointing out how evil China is. There's a typo here, stating that disabled Americans lose disability benefits when they get married, incarceration levels in the United States. Additionally, during the live stream, and then before I get any further,
Shut up, socialist.
I also see people talking about this and pretending like this is totally off base. One of the major arguments I've seen online is like, oh, so you can just go on unrelated tangents and it's totally okay and it's totally fine and that's fair use. It's like, no, it was a very related tangent unless you're a fucking idiot and you don't understand how tangents work. I'm talking about the treatment of Chinese people in China. And I'm saying that the standards that we use to criticize China are obscene relative to the standards we use to criticize America. In the United States, you criticize any part of America and you fucking hate America. You hate everything about America and you should move and pick up your bags and go to a communist China if you love a communist country if you love communist countries so much, right? But it's what's the copy pasta where it's like there was the original like China copy pasta and someone turned it into like the America copy pasta where it's like it's got I don't know if anyone knows what I'm talking about. If someone has that copy pasta, please post it. Hold up. Very vague. Yes, someone got it. Very vague. It's okay. Because I know my homies got me. This one. Trail of Tears, Jim Crow, Segregation, Human Rights, Citizens United, Safety, High-Speed Rail, Strong Mass Line, Republic of Hawaii, 13 Colonies, Vietnam, Afghanistan, Iraq, Edward Snowden, Scientology. There's one more that has Tulsa in it. NSA, Mass Surveillance, Kent State, Church of Scientology. Yep. This is the other one. The point being that like the purpose of that tangent was to say, isn't it crazy that when it comes to criticizing China, and because there is so much anti-China sentiment and there's so much Red Scare propaganda in the United States, that all you need to do is point at mistreatment of Chinese citizens and immediately just call it a genocide, even though these same exact people have no problem saying, you know, we should just really be careful when we call things a genocide. You know, are we just 100% sure that what's happening in Gaza is a genocide? I just think we should be a lot more careful. Like, is it bad? Yeah. And then when it comes to China, it's like, well, they're clearly genociding everyone. It's like, whoa, what's with the double standard? There is no doubt that there are plenty of articles talking about the mistreatment of Uyghurs, talking about the civil rights violation. To go from there to genocide is obscene, especially when your level of criticism for America is, yeah, it could just be better. Because I would argue that, and I don't think it would be very controversial to say, that modern day slavery is in the United States in the form of private prisons. It is unbelievably difficult for felons in the United States to rehabilitate and to reintegrate into society. Being a felon completely destroys so many employment opportunities, so many housing opportunities. And if you fuck up your life by having a gram of weed on you when it was illegal. And there are, by the way, still people sitting in the United States, in prisons in the United States today for having some weed on them. For having some weed on them. Not like a couple kilos of weed, just a couple joints. There are people who have gotten felonies for that, like whose lives are so destroyed because of that. And then if you look at within the prison system, we pay these people pennies on the dollars to do like factory work. Like it's obscene. If you want to, I don't like criticize China, sure, but if you only ever criticize countries when it's China, but you have no interest in criticizing the country that you actually pay taxes to, that actually funds any of what I would argue are civil rights violations, because they overwhelmingly target black and brown communities, then you don't actually care about calling out injustices in the world. You care about furthering anti-China propaganda. And I'm just over that. I'm just so over it. Right? But the point being, that's still a related point, but I've seen like the cope that it's like, she just goes off on tangents that don't make any sense because I'm an idiot and I didn't understand how those 2 points connected. It's like, well, that sounds like a personal problem, man. That doesn't sound like my fault. So we can continue. Additionally, during the live stream, defendant challenges Klein's perception of Piker's sentiments regarding the interaction between imports and fleeing of Jewish people from Israel, disputes Klein's accounts of the events, of the occurrence of sexual violence, of hostages, critiques Klein's discussion of Twitch's enforcement and moderation decisions, discusses her perspectives on Zionism and Judaism. All right, that was all pretty straightforward. I'm trying to think if there was anything I wanted to add to that. The judge is just basically saying, or at least this tentative ruling is basically saying that here are all the instances where you even agree. Here she is saying things to try and rebut what you said. All right, continuing. On June 19th, 2025, plaintiff filed the complaint. On April 17th, defendant filed the instant motion. So this is just a description of the facts. So Ethan filed his lawsuit June 19th, 2025. We filed our motion April 17th, 2026. So 2 months ago. To which plaintiff filed his opposition, to which defendant filed her reply. And again, this is what I mean when I say a lot of people are like, it's not over because Ethan hasn't even had a moment to make his argument. It's like, what? He had like 13 pages or something where he made his argument. Huh? Oh, hi, Wormy. Look at her. Oh, yes. What is it, Wormy? Yes, Wormy. You have been so annoying lately, Wormy. I don't know what's gotten into her, but she's not acting like a cat. She keeps acting like a dog, and it bothers me. She keeps like all day, every day, she just wants me to play with her, and then she meows, and she's so fucking loud. And of course, she never does it on camera because she's a good worm. She's so polite when there's company. All right. On May 1st, Squirma. What are you trying to tell me? Here, let's go here. Oh, good wormy. All right. I wish I could get her in frame. Unfortunately, moving the camera would require me to move so that she gets off of the frame, or like she'll get off me, but anyways. All right, maybe I am I must be super evil. I have a cat that I'm stroking while I'm playing my game, while I'm reading my motion. Maybe I'm the evil one. I've got the evil cat. No, she's not evil. She's so sweet. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Wormy. Are you trying to get fur all over my blazer? Yes. Good Wormy. All right. This is villain activity. Yeah. God, she's so weird. Why does she sit like this? She sits like such a freak. All right. Sorry, I want to reply to this. I guess I'm dumb, but how could you transform a video you can't edit? You're just doing your commentary and fact checks and such, or am I missing something? I mean, commentary and fact checking is transforming a video, right? Again, the court basically is asking whether or not it feels like the original film or the original movie or the original work is different. maybe a better question to ask is, if you were watching, if your friend was showing you a YouTube video, right? It's like a 30-minute YouTube video. And every 30 seconds, they're pausing and being like, okay, so what you need to understand about this is blah, 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 blah. And you're like, dude, can you just press play on the video? That person is impacting the original work, right? You are not experiencing the original work in its intended form because it keeps getting interrupted. So, yeah, that's what transform there means. Okay. Moving on. Continuing. Legal standard. This stuff is pretty boring. The legal standard section is pretty boring. It's just basically... Maybe it's just because I've read so much of this stuff at this point. I've just read these same court cases over and over and over again. So they're just describing what the standards are for fair use. But we'll get through it. After the pleadings are closed, but early enough not to delay trial, a party may move for judgment on the pleadings. A motion for judgment on the pleadings under Rule 12C is functionally identical to a motion to dismiss. And the principal difference is the time of filing. So that's why I was saying earlier, the motion for judgment on the pleadings is effectively the same as a motion to dismiss. So we're effectively filing a motion to dismiss, and we're just telling the judge, hey, you should just dismiss this. Okay. Continuing, the same standard applies to motions brought under either rule. Thus, the issue presented by a Rule 12C motion is the same as that posed in a 12B6 motion, whether the factual allegations of the complaint state a plausible claim for relief. A claim has facial plausibility when the plaintiff pleads factual content that allows the court to draw a reasonable inference that the defendant is liable for misconduct alleged. In evaluating a motion for judgment on the pleadings, the court must accept all factual allegations in the complaint as true and construe them in the light most favorable to the non-moving party. So I see a lot of people being like, this is important for one thing, being like, oh, you know, are you going to show the judge, like, when Ethan said this or when Ethan said that? Well, no, because a judgment on the pleadings means that we are only talking about the factual allegations in the original complaint. To bring up new evidence or like new information, that would have to be, I think it's summary judgment or at trial. But for a judgment on the pleadings, you are only talking about what is in the original complaint. Okay, hope that explains things a little bit. All right, we can skip ahead just a teeny weeny bit. For purposes of the motion, the allegation of the non-moving party must be accepted as true, while allegations of the moving party which have been denied are assumed to be false. Judgment on the pleadings is proper when the moving party clearly establishes on the face of the pleadings that no material issue of fact remains to be resolved, and that is entitled to judgment as a matter of law. So basically, this is like, yes, I do not disagree that I watched the content nuke and that I reacted to the content nuke on, what was it, January 31st, 2025. Yes, I agree that here are the areas where I paused. Yes, I agree that this happened here. Yes, you have not said anything I disagree with, and if there is something that I disagree with, we can make those statements, they can accept them as true, and then we can go from there. All right. Oh, wormy. Oh, squirmy. Okay. Analysis. Defendant moves for judgment on the pleadings as to plaintiff's first claim for relief for direct copyright infringement to the nuke as based on the second affirmative. The note here is not that important. I can skim through it a little bit. Yeah, this is basically the gist of what the motion for judgment on the pleadings is. So if everything Ethan said is true, exactly as he said it, nothing Denims said is true, the law still doesn't favor Ethan. Basically, effectively. Is she... I know, I did not see Ethan in person. He was streaming. He was doing a show. Plaintiff requested the court take judicial notice of specific documents and court records. First, plaintiff requests that the court take judicial notice of a video entitled The Big, the Bold, the Beautiful, which was a reaction video to the work Bold Guy versus Parkour Girl in Haas versus Klein. So this is Ethan Klein's original copyright case that he won. Likewise, plaintiff requests that the court take judicial notice of a video titled Bold Guy versus Parkour Girl, which was the plaintiff's work in Haas. This video title was also filed in the Haas case. The court finds it appropriate to take judicial notice of the existence of these two video files. So basically just the two videos of the original Ethan Klein court case. And then also request judicial notice of the complaint filed for Frogan and for Kaceytron. And then take notice of the H3 Snark Mod order by Honorable Sally Kim, and judicial notice of the video file for, I think this is Casey's case. Plaintiffs has not asked the court to take judicial notice of the truth of the contents of these videos. All right. Now, defendant moves for judgment on the pleadings as to plaintiff's first claim for relief for direct copyright infringement as to the Nuke, based on the second affirmative defense of fair use as pled in defendant's answer. The fair use doctrine is an equitable rule of reason that permits courts to avoid rigid application of the copyright statute when on occasion it would stifle the very creativity which that law is designed to foster. So, TLDR, the judge was an antiseptic snacker. I saw antiseptic is the new word. It's pretty good. What was I trying to say? Oh, yeah. Basically, like, the entire purpose of copyright is to protect people's creative works. And when copyright becomes so rigid that other people cannot even interact with those works and create new original works, the copyright law is failing, effectively. So, I hope that makes sense. All right. The fair use of a copyrighted work for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, or research is not an infringement of copyright. So when you react to a work or you transform a work, it is not copyright infringement. It's fair use to do that. You can do that. We want to reward creativity, and if we are punishing creativity because the copyright rules are too stringent, they are not working effectively. All right, continuing. The four non-exclusive factors courts consider when determining fair use are: 1, the purpose and character of the use, including whether such use is of a commercial nature or is for a non-profit educational purposes. So the first factor is the most important. Basically, it's saying, like, what is the purpose and character of the use, and what does the use feel like? So the new product that was created, what does that new product feel like? So someone, for example, you know, burning, no one does this anymore, but like someone, for example, burning copies of, you know, The Little Mermaid and selling them. That the purpose and character of that use, there's nothing transformative there. That purpose of the use is to sell this work and profit off of the same work for the original. There's nothing that's been added there, right? Whereas the purpose of my work was to debunk his tragicomic documentary. That was the purpose of the work. And that is why people came to tune into the stream. Because they wanted to see everything that Ethan said that was wrong and factually incorrect. And they wanted someone to break it down. That was the purpose. For a second, I thought you meant actual burning. No. What the hell is she doing? All right. The nature of the copyrighted work. The amount and substantiality of the portion used in relation to the copyrighted work as a whole and the effect of the use upon the potential market for or value of the copyrighted work. And then Dr. Seuss versus Comic Mix, finding that the 4 factors set general principles, the application of which requires judicial balancing depending on the relevant circumstances. Fair use is a flexible concept, and its application may well vary depending on the context. Basically, that fair use is a sort of a rare instance in the law where it's you know it when you see it. You know whether something is fair use when you see it. You know when you watch a video that has a reaction, you know whether or not that feels like a new product or if it feels like the same product. Ethan is Ethan still the free use king? Well, according to Kaceytron. So the porn argument, yeah. Oh, Wormy, you're so heavy. And that there shouldn't be rigid guidelines. All right. Additionally, when the copyrighted work and the alleged infringement are both before the court, capable of examining and comparison, non-infringement can be determined on motion for dismiss. The purpose and character of use. Transformative nature. Defendant moves for the judgment on the pleadings in part because of the transformative nature of her use. The first statutory factor examines the purpose and character of the use, including whether such use is of a commercial nature or is for a non-profit educational purpose. This factor is taken on a heightened significance because it influences the lens through which we consider 2 other fair use factors. The central inquiry under the first factor is whether the new work is transformative. The term transformative does not appear in the statute, yet it permeates copyright analysis. Transformative works add something new to an existing work, endowing the first with new expression, meaning, or message. So, like, I would argue, I don't have the clip on hand. Maybe somebody else does. Do you guys remember when Ian put out the content cop on Ethan, and then Ethan reacted and he added something new to the work where he was like, oh, that plushie in the background. I gave him that plushie. We were real homies. We were real homies because of that. That added to my experience of the work. That was something that was in there that was not in the original work. And it made the rest of it cinema. It made the next 5 seconds cinema. I don't know that I have it. If someone has someone in here has to have the clip. The plushie that Ian fucked. Yes, the one. That's the one. That plushie changed everything. The what? The huh? I know one of you guys has a link. I know one of you guys. I have no idea what we're talking about. It's okay. If we don't have the link, just if you know, you know. If you don't know, it's all good. You're not missing too much. Wait, no way. Someone found it. Maybe, where's the timestamp though? This one has the correct time? Oh, thank you.
That it's like Jim Crow inside of Israel proper.
What?
When it's not. I live besides Palestinians my entire time there. Friends with them, worked with them. Like, they're integrated in all levels. So like,
is this the right timestamp? Is 1 hour? Okay, I know. I was like, I don't think this is the right timestamp, man.
bro looks like he just went to the menu and was like, I'll take that one, that one, that one, that one, that one, and that one. Cringe, bro.
I forgot about the tattoo.
Well, I mean, so far, this is just pathetic.
What if he's suiting up to defend you? Maybe he agreed with that clip where he said,
Stop. No, not this. A little bit further, a little bit further, a little bit further. Okay, I think it's here.
Bro, just to give you an idea, he puts this here. This is like a extremely rare dunny that we gave them.
Okay, the plushie in the background, I guess, is called a dunny. I don't know. This is an extremely rare dunny that we gave them.
This is like ancient lore stuff, but like we made a special one just for them. Like actual friendship stuff. It's pretty nuts. Is this funny?
Yes. Like, tell me if you guys disagree. At the very least, this section of the video, that was additive. A new product was created that without his commentary, that clip was just weird. I was like, okay, I guess he's humping this pillow or whatever. Okay. And then he made the clip legendary. He is the legend. He transformed that clip and made us something new. It was way more, it was not funny before, and he made it funny with the commentary. Oh, Wormy. Good Wormy. So, like, that's the general idea about fair use. The general idea about fair use is, did the secondary usage of it create something new? I would argue in this case, there is something new that has been created. There was something new that was created. And that's also what I would argue about my stream. Going through every single piece and being like, yeah, this is incorrect because of this. This is incorrect because of that. I completely disagree. God, this editing is so cringe. Oh my gosh, I'm going to die of cringe. This is so silly. I can't believe this. Okay, so what you need to understand about this and this and this and this and this, there is something new that is created. All right, fair use on top of fair use, true. All right, let's continue. Transformative works add something new to an existing work, endowing the first with new expression, meaning, or message, rather than merely superseding the objects of the original creation. And then we have here, the court in Campbell held that the central purpose of this investigation is to see whether the new work merely supersedes the object of the original creation or instead adds something new with a further purpose or a different character, altering the first with new expression, meaning, or message. It asks, in other words, whether and to what extent the new work is transformative. In contrast, commentary that has no critical bearing on the substance or style of the original composition, which the alleged infringer merely uses to get attention or to avoid the drudgery of working up something fresh, the claim to fairness in borrowing from another's work diminishes accordingly. So basically, in the case of the content nuke, am I pulling up articles? Am I attempting to debunk the work? Am I attempting to have some factual basis for the statements that I'm making? Am I talking about how my day went? Like, do I pause and I say, so then I got my nails done, and then I petted Wormy, and then I went for a walk? Or do I pause it and say, this script is so awful. How is anyone falling for this fucking garbage? Okay, first of all, Ethan has said since day one, this and this. And Hasan has said since day one, this and this and this. Is the works, does the work have does the secondary use have some relation to the primary work? Which I would argue, yes. Yes, it does. I think that there was probably only like one tangent where I was talking about something totally irrelevant. All right. The court deems defendant's use as transformative. Throughout the live stream, defendant provides commentary pertaining to criticism of the nuke. Defendant contends that the nuke resembles a high school video project or a middle school project. During the subject live stream, defendant complains about the documentary's editing and that the video treats the audience as morons and is attempting to trick them. The complaint further states that she frequently makes comments that are later contradicted by the nuke itself. Why are you looking at me? Okay. Why did she just start looking at me? Notably, the fair use inquiry does not ask whether the criticism or parody of the copyrighted work is just or accurate or mean-spirited, but simply whether the use is of the kind that copyright is designed to protect. So let's go back to the Ethan example with the content cop. So he's showing off Ian's tattoos and he's like, Ian's tattoos are so ugly. It looks like he went into a shop and he just like said, give me that and that and that and that and that. Okay, I think he's incorrect. I actually really like Ian and Anissa's tattoos. I think the style is really good. I think they've held up really well. I think the colors are really nice. I think the lines are really sharp. He could be wrong about that. He could be wrong about his opinions on whether or not the tattoos are ugly. His comments are mean-spirited. They are meant only to criticize and mock how Ian looks. And that would still not make it not fair use. You can have comments that are mean. It's about, again, whether or not it's related to the original work in some meaningful way. W on the tentative win. How does the second claim work? It's still all really up in the air because, again, we just have to see how the judge officially rules on this before anything else proceeds. I had like some stuff that I was planning, but again, I can't really move forward with anything until the judge proceeds on a final ruling. But yeah, he can also still technically appeal, and there is still the other case about the episode, the podcast episode. But again, we're still going to see. Because, like, again, the biggest thing about lawsuits, especially for someone with money, so for Ethan, it's about the mental drain with a lawsuit. Because it is a lot of time and effort that goes into that. And, like, you're always, when you're starting a lawsuit, you're always gambling that you might lose. And that's a risky gamble. That's why a lot of courts, or like a lot of cases, end in settlement. It's because a settlement isn't a gamble. No one is gambling. A settlement is, hey, neither of us want to lose, so what if both of us make out some type of agreement that works out for both of us? Right? Also, hello, welcome, Raiders. Shai Thembo, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome. All right. What if we both make out? Stop. All right. Let's continue. And then they quote, or they cite Weinberg versus Dirty World, finding fair use where copyrighted image of a model was posted on a website with comments underneath, including, every time I saw her, I thought she's super ugly and awkward looking. I wonder how the model could get married to that rich guy and be a model. This is a totally different case that they're citing and just saying negative comments are within the realm of fair use. A comment being negative does not preclude it from being fair use commentary. Defendant offers other criticism on the subject documentary during her live stream, following one of the documentary creators' criticism of Piker's apologia of China's genocide of the Uyghurs. Defendant comments on the treatment of Uyghurs. So much of American media is focused on pointing out how evil China is, stating that disabled Americans lose benefits when they get married, incarceration levels in the United States. Additionally, during the live stream, the defendant challenges Klein's perception of Piker's sentiments regarding the interaction between imports and the fleeing of Jewish people from Israel. Disputes Klein's accounts of the events of occurrence of sexual violence of hostages, which now that we have actually all of the reporting that shows that there was no systemic use of sexual violence on October 7th, I feel like my point stands pretty clearly. All right. Oh, thanks, Real Mercs Assassin. Thanks. Okay, continuing. Critiques Klein's discussion of Twitch's enforcement and moderation decision. Well, again, he keeps insisting that like Twitch is like this left-wing anti-Semitic platform, and that's why they're not banning Hasan. But it's like, dude, I literally saw a clip the other day of Asmongold saying, yeah, base to someone else making comments about black people being inferior. And I'm not joking. Like, Twitch has we care about the top earners on our platform. that's the problem that Twitch has. Twitch has our biggest streamers get a lot more of a lax treatment about bans. That also includes Hasan and every other large creator. Wormy. Okay, she freed me. Oh, my leg. Oh, my leg. All right. Whew. Okay, continuing. I can take a sip of water. A lot of reading today. He also went on a pro-eugenics rant about people with Down syndrome. Like, if Twitch's policy was, we're going to enforce the rules perfectly, there are so many creators that would be banned or would have been banned at this point. The reality is Twitch, their enforcement is much more stringent when you're a smaller creator and way more lax when you're a larger creator. Copium. You support a pedophile dog abuser. I'm not supporting pedotroll. That's you. Getting a small win. Small win, Omegalol. Is needed for your mental health. Copium. That's incredible, Cope. That is amazing, Cope. Just, you know what? Just don't overdose, man. Just don't overdose, all right? Just don't OD. All right. Huh? Is this sarcasm? What? Is this chatter being sarcastic? Again, what Israel is doing is not a genocide? Wait, you're just memeing around, right? You're just memeing around, right? Oh, okay. I think I understand. I understand. They're saying, okay. I was like, you've been around for a while. Like, I'm scared. They're saying, how can you say what's happening in China is a genocide, but then you have the audacity to say, what Israel's doing is not a genocide, though? Okay. Ooh, you stressed me out, chatter. Sorry to pull you up. I was like, but you're a good chatter. You're a good chatter. Oh, sweaty. As someone who works in law, that was the first tentative ruling I've seen where the judge cited the plaintiff's complaint in order to rule in favor of the defendant. I think this is just my personal conjecture, all right? But I think that the original document was meant to be primarily public-facing, and I think Ethan didn't want necessarily any of this to go to court. I think he wanted all of it to just be public court, which is why so much of it reads as like, here's everything that she said that was wrong. I can't believe she said this. I can't believe she said that. Why would she say this? She's an idiot. How could she say any of these things? That and a combination of like potentially, well, it's a 70-page document, so finding a lawyer that will read it and debunk it and argue it will be really time-consuming and expensive. This is, again, like I said, this is just conjecture on my part. This is just my opinion. But I do think that he didn't maybe anticipate the fact that him pointing out all of the times that I push back against him, quote, incorrectly, doesn't help his case of copyright infringement because because the fair use doesn't need to be, you don't actually need to say anything that's correct for it to still be fair use. Like, look at literally every single anti-SJW channel. Everything that they say is an anti-woke channel. Everything that those people, like, more Pegasus slop. The majority of those videos are all just slop. Like, What he's saying isn't even true. It's literally not true. Now, it might be so not true that it's defamation, but it's definitely not copyright infringement. At the very least, it's definitely fair use. Like, it is adding something. It's adding a bunch of garbage, but it's adding something. All right. Wait, don't ban this chatter. Hold up. There's so few of them because they're struggling to find the copium jar. There's so few copium jars out there. There's only a couple of these people nowadays. Look at this. Your boy went on stream feeling lonely and wanting to end it. Huh? I don't even know who my boy is in this case. I don't have boys. I have ladies. Ladies, nuts on your chin. sorry. I had to. The alley-oop, dude, it was too good. It was too good. Why did Hamas puker go to Germany? That has age 14 consent law to sleep with trafficked minors. Why do you dodge? Easy to answer questions. You mean the brothel that had a $250,000 payout from the state because they had no trafficked minors? You mean that one? Do you mean that one? The one that lost their they literally, the state literally lost the claim. Anything else? It's a simple question. On top of that, why do you have sexual fantasies about Epstein? This is just projection on your part. I'm sorry that you spent all day, all night thinking about him. That's projection on your part. Thank you for telling us all that you have sexual fantasies about C. Samstony, I guess. I don't understand why you're... You know, if you pretend to be a Discord e-kitten, I'm sure he'd hit you up, man. Look at how, by the way, why do you dodge easy to answer questions? Why did you just dodge an easy to answer question? Why won't you talk about the fact that that brothel literally won their case against the state and paid out $250,000? Anything else? No other arguments? Nothing to say? Okay, I guess there's nothing to say. I guess he's just like pissing his pants now. Oh, brother. You need to get a life, man. You need to get a life. You gotta. Bro went nonverbal. This edible ain't shit. Me 5 minutes later. Uh-oh. Oh my God. All right. Moving on. Where were we? Yes, good. The court finds defendants' criticism and commentary within the live stream video to demonstrate the following telltale signs of transformative use. Oh, sorry, 1 second. I don't click random YouTube links from people who are too stupid to make their own arguments. Sorry, you have to be this level of intelligent to engage in the chat. And if you're so stupid you can't make an argument, you need to be like, my favorite YouTuber made this video. Totally owning you. I'm sorry, man. You're either like a teenager, in which case, please no minors in here, or you're too stupid to ride the ride, man. So, good luck. Good luck out there. All right. Telltale signs. The court finds defendants' criticism and commentary within the live stream video to demonstrate the following telltale signs of transformative use. 1. Further purpose or different character in the defendant's work. I.e. the creation of new information, new aesthetic, new insights, and understanding. So basically the goal of my work was to debunk Ethan Klein's content nuke. It was to say, Ethan has been repackaging this garbage, this anti-Hasan rhetoric for so long. I thought he would come up with something new. And I remember even saying, you guys can fact check me on this or not. I remember even saying, surely he's going to put something new in this video, right? He didn't hype up this video for as long as he did. And he's just going to say, no, like nothing that he hasn't already said, right? And then it was just all, it was like the Houthi kid. And then it was just honestly, can you imagine how much of the time it would have been? How much of that video would have been about the dog if Kaya Gate was before that video? Holy. All right, continuing. Where were we? Yes. And 2, the use of quoted matter as raw material instead of repackaging it and merely superseding the object of the original creation. Basically, that I did my best to let him make his full points and then respond to them and rebut them to the best of my ability. The undisputed purpose. Yeah. Dude, isn't this so true? I was newer to all this, and it was amazing they have all these clips saved on their phones from Hasan for years. You could solve real issues with that kind of dedication. If some of the Hasan haters spent like a fraction of the energy that they spend stalking and cyber stalking Hasan and being obsessed with Hasan, their lives would be good. And they would have friends and family and like hobbies that gave them pleasure. But they're too busy spending all of their time being obsessed with Hasan Piker. It's like, it's actually really depressing. But anywho, continuing. Let's get back to the soup. The undisputed purpose of the defendant's livestream is to contest, criticize, and mock the plaintiff's message, which the courts have found weighs in favor of fair use due to its transformative nature. Basically, when you're criticizing a work, it's much easier to transform that work than when you're agreeing with the work, right? Now, it's not to say that if you're agreeing with a work, it can't be transformative. If I'm watching a video about trains and I go into these diatribes about how, you know, this particular train model is very efficient because all of the research has shown that this and this and this, and then I press play, that's still, you know, and then I do the same thing and then they show something else, and then I do the same, and I'm like, okay, well, these particular, oh, that's an interesting train rail. These rails have been used since like 1938, and these are actually some of the best train rails for like this and this and this. That's still transforming it, even if I'm agreeing with the entire work. However, and you guys can probably agree with this pretty easily, even as just like, you know, people who watch React content, when someone is disagreeing with a work, when you are disagreeing with a work, it's so much easier to find more things to say, right? When you're watching something and you're like, no, that's incorrect. That's wrong. Wait, that's totally incorrect. It's a lot easier to find the information to transform the content when you're mocking or criticizing a work. And they even proceed to cite Ethan Klein's case, saying that the first factor weighed in Ethan Klein's favor in his original case against Haas, as the defendant's reaction video was quintessential criticism and comment, finding transformative use where host reacted to and commented on original videos. That when he was watching that video, sorry, okay, do me a favor and shut the fuck, you know, you can just say shut the fuck up, you know, you can say, you don't have to censor your words. You can say STFU, or you can even write the word fuck in here. You can actually, you don't have to be scared. It's not a scary word. And also in response to that, no Omega lol. No. Oh God. All right, continuing. Oh, so when I'm reacting and I'm transforming, it's all, oh, pausums, pausums, oh, shut up, you're talking too much, stop talking so much. And then when I'm not, it's like, you're not reacting hard enough. Pick one already, goddammit. All right, moving onward. Where were we? Yes, quintessential criticism, finding transformative use where the host reacted to and commented on an original video. Again, basically saying that when you are reacting to a work and you're disagreeing and you're arguing the entire time, it's a lot easier to find how that's transformative. Because even in Ethan Klein's works, like, he doesn't say anything of substance against the Haas video, right? He doesn't, like, comment on why something isn't or isn't parkour. He doesn't explain, like, the details of parkour. He's not a parkour expert. He just says, God, this guy is so fucking cringe. Look at him. I bet he thinks he's so cool. And that's the whole video. The whole video is him goofing on him, memeing on him, making fun of him. And that passes fair use. Your work can be exclusively just criticizing and mocking someone, and that can still be transformative. In fact, it can weigh in favor. All right, let's continue. Where were we? So this was the case that I was pretty excited about, and I wanted to talk about it for a very long time, but you know,
like Denims,
I had to wait.
At all, because her camera is so fucking big, and it bothers me.
Hack Snacks, thank you so much for the 10 gift subs. Joel, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Thank you.
Shut up, socialist.
Congrats on this. I was almost gaslit into believing the other side must have had some merit based on how adamant some of these guys were online. Just a pack of dummies, honestly. Didn't know you were in the toilet for most of the video, according to some people on Reddit. My favorite part about the copers on Reddit is the people, or like not on Reddit, but just anywhere, the people being like, oh, so you can pause a video and stare at the camera and say nothing, and that's transforming it. It's like, you have lost your mind so thoroughly. You think I spent 2 hours doing this? Like, how disconnected from reality do you have to be? God forbid you go and watch the original reaction. God forbid you see something that might prove you wrong. Oh my God. Continuing. I was thinking about like going in and doing like getting a transcript and seeing how many words I said, but then I realized the goalpost would just shift to like, well, how many of those words were relevant? So this really is you can only have that opinion if you're so stupid and lazy that you don't want to go and watch the original video. That's the only way you can have that opinion. So if you're still going to keep coping the entire way through, then that is what it is. I went and I watched it on 2X yesterday, and it took 3 minutes to be like, yeah, this is obviously transformative. Well, again, that's because, that's why...
Because her camera is so fucking big, and it bothers me.
That's why a big part of the test is very much so like does this, when you're consuming it, does it feel like a new product? Yeah. Did you go to the hearing yesterday? I did. I did go to the hearing. Are you going to be able to get your legal fees back? It's just too up in the air right now to make any comments about that. It's possible, but it's also like, it depends on, sorry, thinking about the sentences. I was thinking about something else for a second. It depends on whether or not this gets appealed. It depends on whether or not
the rolls are gone, people.
There will be how the next lawsuit will proceed. It depends on a lot of factors. So we'll see. GB Cats, thank you so much for the 50 gift subs. Let's go. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Since you're already in your suit, can we review the NMP divorce result video next? Why did he make that video? Sorry, I'm going to be very honest. And you know what? I've always said, if you can dish it out, you should be able to take it. And I've never had an issue ever with people criticizing me. Go for it. I might criticize you back and say you're a loser. But as far as I'm concerned, if you make content on the internet and I make content on the internet and you want to make a video calling me an idiot and a dumb bitch, go for it, man. Go for it. Sure. I think it's fair. I think especially if your content is making fun of other people and their content, I think it's fair game. I think it's fair game. I've never had an issue with that. So I'm going to criticize NMP, and if he wants to criticize me back, he's more than welcome to. No, you mean to tell me that divorce lawyers are going to try and get terms that are best for their client that are unfair to you? Shocking. Sorry, I watched it. I was so bored the entire way. I was like, wow, she tried to get more money from you. I personally am shocked that a divorce lawyer would do that. I'm personally shocked that a divorce lawyer would do that. It's like, that's what divorce lawyers do. Divorce lawyers are just like, yeah, and you should also ask for this, and this, and this, and this, and also this, and also this. Like, that's, you know. Wake reacted to the video. People were being so disgusting towards Melina in his chat. I mean, again, it's like, you're going to defer to your lawyers, right? And I have heard that divorce lawyers are particularly skeevy. I guess I haven't dealt with a divorce lawyer yet. So maybe sometime in the future, I'll keep you guys in the loop. I'll keep you guys in the loop. Never say never, am I right? But yeah, I'm not surprised by that. Right? Can't you argue that returning your lawyer fees would be in the interest of the public good, as that would allow you to finally afford to buy Expedition 33 and play it on stream? You know, I think that might work. I think that might work on a job. Stupid. All right. No, but I just don't. Also, divorce court is something that doesn't really impact the rest of the internet. Copyright law does impact the rest of the internet, which is something else I'm going to get into very shortly, which is, it's actually crazy how many people benefit from, like, there are so many content creators that benefit from having more fair use protections. So many of these people, ironically, slop tubers that rely on fair use don't seem to give a fuck about fair use potentially degrading against their best interest. Don't you think it was dumb to spend millions to get an extra $15,000? Who? NMP? I don't know who you're talking about. You're not talking about me, right? That would be silly, right? It has to be about Melena. I don't know how much she spent. And I between both of them, no, I'm not talking about you. Okay. Yeah, but like, again, it just doesn't, like, what am I supposed to do with that information? Shove it up my ass? Like, oh, how could they spend a bunch of money on divorce lawyers? They should have just come to a conclusion without the lawyers. Okay. I think it's just like slightly like a bit of a who cares situation. Like, like I could say the same thing. I don't know. Anyways, they were married, yeah. Well, I think she's originally from some European country. I don't know which one. Norway, I think. So she probably needed papers if she wanted to be here. And if you're already together and you want to spend more time together, why wouldn't you get married so that you can be together? Okay, moving on from that case. I just don't really care about the case that much. Sorry you had to go through that to both parties. Yeah, I don't really have anything else. I think that's the weirdest thing about that stuff being public. It's like, now what? Like, I don't know. Like, now what? Doesn't really impact anyone's life. It impacted their lives, obviously, but all right. Okay, moving on. Back to things that relate to the internet. The facts here closely align with those in Stebbins versus Alphabet. In Stebbins, the court found that the subject live streams to be highly transformative works because the live streams involved the viewing of the subject video for seconds at a time before pausing to respond and critique the subject video. So, basically, There is this case, Stebbins v. Alphabet, and this guy made a video about Fallout 4. I think it was about it was about one of the Fallout games. I think it was Fallout 4. And this other YouTubers reacted to it, and they did this long, extensive react, and they watched the whole thing on their live stream. And the people reacting won their lawsuit. And we obviously cited it because it's relevant work. Because it's one of the few cases that have been litigated in court about a live streamer using a video and reacting. And they found that basically using the entire work did not hurt their case because they transformed it. All right. The subject video created by the plaintiff provided by the plaintiff's analysis and opinion regarding a video game. The live streams, however, provided commentary on the subject video as well as several additional hours regarding other videos produced by the plaintiffs and his comments thereon. The relevant live stream in Stebbins paused and commented on the plaintiff's retrospective. The video is called, I think, retrospective, with the purpose of reviewing or mocking the video. The criticism is at the heart of the fair use doctrine, and it would lose meaning without the reproduction of the plaintiff's video. Basically, if you're reacting to a video, you're live streaming your react to a video. You can't just not show the video, right? The video is important for the commentary. So if I start going on a tangent and talking about how, like, you know, people don't levy this type of criticism towards the United States, they only ever levy it towards, you know, our political enemies. If I didn't show the original clip, or if I didn't show the original stream, or I didn't show the original documentary, or tragicomic documentary, or whatever, it would be like, why are you saying this? Watching the original content, playing the original content is important for reacting to the original content, right? And yeah, you can, like, I don't know, maybe provide a full transcript of the video and then react to the transcript of the video. But unfortunately, then you lose some of the tone that was there in the original video, right? So if he says a comment like, I love Hasan Piker, and it's very clearly sarcastic, and you're only reading the transcript, maybe you're not getting the full meaning of the original video. And then, of course, there's the fact that, and you guys know this, although I don't know how much of this can be used as an actual legal argument. Sorry, one second. We'll get into that in a second. When you're debunking a work that's supposed to destroy someone's credibility, if you skip through parts of it, you're not debunking the work. You're only debunking the part of the work that is easy for you to debunk, and you're a coward, and you don't actually care about committing to debunking this work. You only care about making your side look good, right? My goal is to go through the video fully and explain why everything about it is completely wrong. That there is, yeah, it's like when Ethan skipped the button segment of the Content Cop. Yeah, and I mean, everybody saw him skip the Content Cop button part, and they're like, you skipped the most important part. The part where you refuse to have any accountability ever. That was that was arguably the most important part. Like, go back, watch that part, watch it, and actually, like, at the very least, say nothing. At least, like, come face to face with the fact that you have nothing to say, that you have no comment. At least hold up the mirror, right? And I think that that's part of, like, the debunking of a documentary or a movie or a work or whatever he wants to call it, whatever he wants to call the content nuke. You're explaining why in totality the video is bad. And you cannot in totality explain why the video is wrong and bad unless you go through every single part in as much detail as possible. Right? And I think everybody in here knows this. Everybody in here understands this. So yeah, we're just going to continue. With the purpose of reviewing or mocking the video, this criticism is at the heart of fair use doctrine. It would lose meaning without the reproduction of the plaintiff's video. And then noting, see Andy Warhol, V. Goldsmith, commentary or criticism that targets an original work may have compelling reasons to conjure up the original by borrowing from it. As in Stebbins, defendant's live stream provided commentary on the nuke and sharp criticism of the claims made within the documentary. Throughout the live stream, defendant often paused the nuke to offer spontaneous reactions, engaged with her audience through a live chat, and provided real-time commentary interspersed with tangential discussions. And it lists some of the notable instances of me doing this. Further, the courts have recognized the differences in viewing experiences and the uses weigh in favor of finding a fair use. Religious Tech versus Netcom, because defendants' use of copyrighted material served a completely different function than that of the plaintiffs, this first factor weighs in defendants' favor. The difference in viewing experiences here is undisputed. Indeed, plaintiff states where the nuke seeks to expose how Piker radicalizes people online to be anti-Semitic and anti-Israeli, Denims attempts to use the nuke for the exact opposite purpose, to radicalize their audience to be anti-Semitic and anti-Israeli, along with defending Hasan. And again, I keep seeing, I guess, like disingenuous liars or stupid people thinking that this is the judge saying, yep, Denims is anti-Semitic. It's like, do you not see the quotes? Do you understand how quoting something works? Do you understand what it means when someone says, plaintiff states, quote? Why are you giving me bombastic side eye, Wormy? All right. Oh, okay, so sorry, I was reading some chat messages. What was I gonna say? When will Wormy be held accountable? Dude, that's what I've been saying for so long. Hold up. There's a point that I wanted to make. Oh, yeah, I mean, I'm sure, again, as many of you guys purveyors of React content understand, I have personally watched videos and got so mad at the original video, I stopped watching it because I wanted to go watch somebody else explain everything that was wrong with the video.
Her camera is so fucking big, and it bothers me.
And I'm like, I know, like I watch like a man, I'm like, I know everything that guy just said is wrong. That's how I felt about H Bomber Guy's content for a very long time, where I was like, I need H Bomber Guy to cover this freak, to break down all of the things that are wrong with everything that he said, because I know what he said is wrong.
I don't like Denims, like, at all, because her camera is so fucking big, and it bothers me.
Maple Takes, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Nate, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Thank you guys. And I'm sure many of you guys have felt this feeling before, where you're wanting to watch something, but you know it's all just like garbage, and you want to wait and see someone actually break it down succinctly. You want to know all of the things that the original person got wrong, and that's why you're consuming the reacted version to it. I know I've done that. I know I've personally watched content, React content, because I was like, I need someone to break this shit down. I need it. That's like 80% of my YouTube algo. Real. Mom, thank you for the prime. Soon, Jack of Us. Soon. That's why I watch Hasan for my news. Well, that's another good point. I think a lot of like CNN and CNBC is like, it's so much of mainstream media is hard to watch because it's just like, oh, the bombs magically landed in Gaza. Really? They just landed there. Is that right? Who knows where they came from? They just landed there. Oh. Classic magical landing of bombs. Passive bombs, just teleporting there. And it's nice to see someone talk about or break down all of the things that are incorrect or poorly phrased or disingenuous. And that's why people like React content. That's one of many reasons that people like React content. Alrighty. Continuing. In opposition, plaintiff presents unsuccessful arguments. This was pretty scathing. When I read this sentence the first time, I kind of went, oh, it's hot. It's hot off the press. Plaintiff presents unsuccessful arguments. First, plaintiff cites Defontbrun versus Wofsy, I think is how you pronounce it, for the proposition that the purposes of the plaintiff's videos and defendant's live stream overlap to undermine defendant's transformative argument. Here, plaintiff has conceded that the purposes of both videos do not overlap by stating where the nuke seeks to expose how Hasan radicalizes people online to be anti-Semitic and anti-Israeli. Denim uses the nuke for the exact opposite purpose. Basically saying, hey, no take backsies. No take backsies. You said she used it for the exact opposite purpose. You don't get to say now. She used it for, it was the same, the purpose was overlapping. No take backsies. Additionally, the two subject videos are disparate from the subject works in Defontbrun, which did overlap in nature. The Picasso project and the subject's photographs both presented the works of Picasso with the shared purpose of documenting Picasso's works. As previously established, the subject's videos in this matter do not share such an overlapping purpose. I would argue, this is a good example of this is basically saying, do you remember that one guy that DMCA'd? I think it was Ludwig. He had stick figure characters and he put a lot of time into these videos. Yeah, Mike. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? Some shit like Gesundheit? No. Not Kurzgesagt. CGP Grey. That one. That guy actually probably would have had a pretty reasonable case of copyright infringement because the people watching the CGP Grey videos were in fact watching it to consume it and to not push back or to necessarily add anything. They were watching it to be like, oh, interesting. Oh, interesting. This guy, I don't know if you guys remember, I think he DMCA'd a couple creators. And I've always said, you know what, man? Go for it. Yeah. That is the purpose of DMCAing. That's the purpose. But going back to this, the subject videos in this matter do not share such an overlapping purpose. I would argue that a lot of the streamers that watched maybe this content, there was maybe some overlapping purpose. And the purpose was, I want someone to talk about half of America's state flags made the same mistake. Explain this to me. Whereas probably very few people were watching these videos and explaining the details of, the California flag and the history of the California flag and why the California flag was made the way that it was and so on and so forth and so on and so forth, right? They weren't pausing and giving more context. They weren't necessarily disagreeing. So if there was someone that probably could say, this here is overlapping purpose, that would be overlapping purpose, right? Watching a video and mostly agreeing with it, that would be overlapping purpose. The purpose is to educate people on American state flags, right? My coverage of the nuke was a different purpose. His coverage of the nuke, the nuke was meant to remove ads from, that was after the adpocalypse or whatever. Yeah, it was after. The purpose of his nuke was to say Hasan is evil and bad and he should be banned, and here are all the reasons that Hasan is evil and bad, and Twitch should be held accountable and he should stop being shown on mainstream media. And the purpose of my reaction was, no, Omega lol. None of this is true. This is all nonsensical. And this feels like musings from an obsessed ex. So the purpose is different. And fans of the H3 show would probably not enjoy my coverage and have probably never enjoyed my coverage and probably don't particularly enjoy watching my coverage. And they probably wait for Ethan to go live to talk about how terrible and how much of a vile bitch I am. This is a vile human being. All right. What fans is crazy. clearly anti-Semitism. All right. Second, plaintiff cites, I don't know this case, Monge v. Maya. I apologize. I don't know how to pronounce this one. Where were we? For the proposition that the defendant engaged in wholesale copying sprinkled with spoken commentary, which the court in Monge found at best minimally transformative. Defendant's live stream went beyond merely reproducing or supplanting the nuke, however. Rather, as set forth above, the live stream incorporated real-time commentary, criticism, and analysis that altered the purpose and character of the original work. Accordingly, unlike the defendant in Monge, the defendant did not simply repackage or republish the underlying work with incidental commentary, but instead used the work in furtherance of a distinct, expressive purpose. So again, it's kind of like the SS Sniper Wolf content where she like shows a video and goes like, no way, whoa. The point is to profit off of the original success of the video, and there is no probably goal of transforming or arguing or adding, right? I genuinely wanted to watch the video and react to it and explain everything that was wrong about it because I knew it wasn't going to be good. I rewatched the 4-hour debate at work yesterday. The judge has hereby declared you have reacted hard enough, tentatively. For the foregoing reasons, the court finds the defendant's use to be transformative. Next is the second part of the first fair use factor involves whether the new use is commercial, i.e. whether the user stands to profit from exploitation of the copyrighted materials without paying the customary price. The more transformative the new work, the less will be the significance of the other factors like commercialism that may weigh against finding a finding of fair use. Basically, the more fair use and the harder you react, the less the money matters. Continuing. The commercial use factor concerns the degree to which the new user exploits the copyright for commercial gain, as opposed to incidental use as part of a commercial enterprise. The court in Draft Express found that even if the relevant video were considered at least partially commercial, its transformative nature offsets the significance of any commercialism. Many common fair uses are indisputably commercial. So Ethan made money off of his Haas case. He made money making fun of a bold guy, right? Him making money off of that video doesn't mean that it wasn't fair use or transformative. In fact, the more transformative the content, the less the money matters. The more the product is something completely new, the less the money that matters. The less that the money matters. Here, defendant contends that her use was not sufficiently commercial to outweigh the transformative. As defendant is a live streamer, she's eligible to receive subscriptions, donations, and advertising revenue during her Twitch broadcast, regardless of the content nature of her use. There is no doubt there was a commercial use of the subject work, but the court finds distinguishable defendant's use from the intentional exploitation of copyrighted works for monetary gain that preclude a finding of fair use. See generally Wall Data Inc. versus LA County Sheriff's Department. A commercial use is demonstrated by showing that repeated and exploitative unauthorized copies of copyrighted works were made to save the expense of purchasing authorized copies. So like watching like a maybe an anime react so you don't pay for Crunchyroll as an idea. Continuing. Although Whistle's social media presence may serve to promote its business and indirectly boost revenue, the commercial use factor concerns the degree to which the new user exploits the copyright for commercial gain, as opposed to incidental use as part of a commercial enterprise. Defendant's transformation of the original work heavily outweighs the commercial nature of the use. Because if the defendant's use of the clip is transformative, the fact that Jersey Boys is a commercial production is of little significance. What is it, Wormy? Why'd she put her paw on me? What is it? What are you trying to tell me? Oh, okay. Is this what you wanted? Is this what you wanted, Wormy? Some pets? I have no idea if this is what she wants. All right. I need water. Hold up. Oh my god, I haven't drank any water. My voice is starting to get hoarse. What? What is it? I don't know why she's being so weird. She's been so needy lately. The past, like, I would say week, she has been so needy. She just won't stop meowing and bothering me. My cat loves me too much, and it bothers me. Oh, Squirmy. Good, Squirmy. All right, continuing. Did I ever finish this? 1 second. Want some coffee? No, Wormy, you can't have coffee. But I can give you a tube later. I can give you a churro tube later. Good, Wormy cat. All right, sorry, I apologize. Get a little distracted. Cat owners understand. Pet owners understand. Sometimes your pet is just so cute and it bothers you, you know? Let's continue. Finding that a work's commercial qualities become less important where use is highly transformative. So again, just like the more you transform a work, the less important it is, the less the commercial use of the work matters. What matters is whether or not you are transforming, right? Accordingly, under the analysis of the first factor, the court finds defendant's use weighs in favor of fair use. Nature of the copyrighted work. Defendant avers that the documentary and informational nature of the nuke favors fair use. The second statutory factor recognizes that the nature of the copyrighted work. This factor recognizes that creative works are closer to the core of the intended copyright protection than informational and functional works, with the consequence that fair use is more difficult to establish when the former works are copied. So the second factor is basically just talking about, or like the nature of the copyrighted work, it's just talking about what are you making. So what is the content nuke, right? Reading an article that is just talking about what's happening in Gaza is going to be very low on the creative work protections. It's a description of the events that occurred. And yes, there might have been some creative liberties taken in the writing up of that work, but it's not a very creative piece. Versus, I don't know, like Has Been Hotel or something. Or like, let's pick something on YouTube that's free so it's a little bit more analogous. Like Digital Circus. The amazing Digital Circus. That is a very exclusively creative work. So reacting to something like that, the standard is higher, or like the transformativeness, the requirement for transforming is higher because of how because of how creative it is. When a work is very factual, very dry, and there are very few creative protections there, there's less to consider. When something is very creative, it has a lot more protections, which is pretty fair. If you write an original work, you write a book about, like, what is it in Pluribus? You write women's smut about the I forget the premise of the book. Little Bear, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome. Yeah, the pirate lesbians. You write about pirate lesbians for female for a female audience, right? That's a pretty creative work. It deserves more protections. Someone shouldn't be able to like add
Shut
absolutely
up,
nothing,
socialist.
republish, and profit, right? All right, so let's continue. Little Bear again, thank you so much for the raid. Skill Cylinder, thank you for the 10 gift subs. Thank you guys so much. Alrighty. The Ninth Circuit held that this factor addresses two aspects of the work, the extent to which it is creative and whether it is unpublished. The Ninth Circuit has held that when a product is creative, whereas the product of many technical and artistic decisions. With respect to publication, while a work's unpublished state would weigh against fair use, the converse is not necessarily true. The Ninth recognized, however, that this second factor has not been terribly significant in the overall fair use balancing. Basically, again, the end-all be-all is, did you transform the content and make something new? It's kind of the most important factor by a lot, more than anything else. Here, the Nuke is a creative work with significant informational contents. As explained by the plaintiff, the Nuke is a tragicomic documentary critiquing Hasan and Twitch. It contains original footage, highly edited montages, and parodic skits and archival materials. The Nuke is divided into 7 sections. The first section walks the audience through Ethan's thesis of the Nuke, that Hasan radicalizes his audience with genocidal and anti-Semitic terrorist propaganda. The second section involves a parody mocking how Twitch has embraced Hasan's extremist rhetoric. And the third section focuses on how Piker allegedly radicalizes his audience by glorifying and disseminating Houthi propaganda. Additionally, the fourth section focuses on Piker's interaction with Hezbollah propaganda. The fifth section focuses on Piker's interactions with Hamas propaganda. And the sixth section explores Twitch's alleged role in enabling Piker to violate Twitch's community guidelines. In the final section, Klein summarizes the two motivations for making the Nuke, which are to stop Hasan's infiltration of mainstream media and to hold Twitch accountable for enabling anti-Semitic and anti-Israel animus on the platform. Accordingly, the court finds that the nature of the subject work weighs against finding a fair use as set forth above. However, this factor alone is not terribly significant in the overall fair use balancing. So basically, what the judge is saying is, yeah, your work is creative enough that it deserves copyright protection. However, it's not really significant when a work is transforming it so drastically. That's just what the second section is saying. This is also a judgment on the pleadings, which means that, like, we're just assuming everything that Ethan Klein said is accurate and everything in the document is accurate. If this were to be argued in a trial, it could be argued that, like, well, it's actually more factual than it is anything else because of this and this and this. But because that's new information, it doesn't come into play for a motion on judgment on the pleadings. So this is the judge's opinion just based on what Ethan has said. All right. I have a question. Is the judge saying one of the goals of the Nuke is to suppress anti-Israel propaganda? No, the judge is saying that Ethan is saying that that was the goal. One very important thing to understand, guys, these motions, motion to dismiss or a motion for judgment on the pleadings, it assumes everything that the plaintiff has argued is factually correct. And despite the fact that you've assumed everything that the plaintiff has said is correct, they still lose. So the judge is not meant to argue against, and we are not meant to argue against what Ethan is saying. We're saying, let's accept everything you said as fact. You still should lose. Even if we accept everything you've said as fact, even with your so-called facts, you shouldn't win this ruling. So this is not, you don't argue against their arguments in a motion for judgment on the pleadings. You argue that at trial, if it gets to trial.
I don't like Denims, like, at all, because her camera is so fucking big, and it bothers me.
Heard the alert. Abusa, thank you for the 5 gift subs. I hope that explained it a little bit. I don't know how good my explanation was on that. I hope it was good. And you also construed in a light most favorable to the non-moving party. Correct. Okay. Continuing. The amount and substantiality of the portion in relation to the copyrighted work as a whole. The third statutory factor asks whether the amount and substantiality of the portion used in relation to the copyrighted work as a whole favors fair use. The third factor looks at the quantitative amount and qualitative value of the original work used in relation to the justification for that use. So basically, how much did you use and was it valid to have used that much of the work? Let's continue here. C. Haas. Again, another instance of the judge citing Ethan Klein's case against Haas that dubbed him the fair use king. Dude, I need to change one of the sub alerts to the Kaceytron tweet where she called him the free use king. Because I feel like I say that sometimes and people don't know that I'm referencing the amazing Kaceytron tweet where she calls him free use king. All right. Continuing. Why is this different from a motion to dismiss? What would make a motion to dismiss more difficult to get? Functionally, it is operating as a motion to dismiss. Functionally, right now, the motion for judgment on the pleadings is operating as a motion to dismiss, where we're asking the judge to make it go away because we have a reasonable defense. All right. Continuing. Where were we at? All right. Noting the third factor considers the proportion of the copyrighted work used and then how well tailored that use was to the allegedly infringing work's proper purpose, no matter how large or long the allegedly infringing work is. The law is clear, however, that quantity alone is not determinative. So, it is possible for you to use only a little bit of a work and it's not fair use. And it's possible to use the entirety of a work and it is clearly transformative, clearly fair use. That's what was ruled in the case with Stebbins, where they reacted to this video about Fallout and they watched the whole thing. And sometimes replayed certain things. And they watched it multiple times in certain sections. And it did not rule against them because it's not saying if you use more, you lose. It's saying, did you use too much? Did you use how much you needed for your purpose? And if my purpose is I'm going to debunk and show everyone why this documentary sucks and explain every part of it and explain why it's so bad, I have to go piece by piece. I can't just cherry pick the parts that I can explain and ignore the parts that I can't explain. The purpose is to go through the entire thing and judge it as an entire piece. All right. Continuing. This factor circles back to the first factor because the extent of the permissible copying varies with the purpose and character of the use. The courts have found that copying another work in its entirety is not dispositive as to its infringement if necessary for the intended transformative use. See Haas. A great deal of plaintiff's work was copied, but such copying was plainly necessary to the commentary and critique. Stebbins. Even if the court were to credit plaintiff's claim that Kurtosis copied the entirety of the retrospective, that would not be dispositive. Kurtosis used the retrospective clips in order to further the live stream's transformative purpose of critical commentary. Finding the entire work necessary for the alleged infringer's intended use, and given the fact this court has acknowledged that this factor will not weigh against an alleged infringer, even when he copies the whole work, if he takes no more than is necessary for his intended use. In Seltzer, the Ninth Circuit found that the copying of the entirety of the original work did not weigh against Green Day. So again, basically, did you use the correct amount of the work for your purpose? I'm arguing, of course I did. And I would say, here's a question. If you wanted to watch like the new or the old Lord of the Rings movie or whatever, if you wanted to watch a Lord of the Rings movie, and your option was going over to your buddy's house and having them interrupt every 2 minutes to be like, oh, this next part is good. This next part. Okay, so in the next part, Gandalf? Is that the wrong one? Gandalf? And he's going to go to Sauron, and then Sauron's going to, and what you need to know about this shot was actually in, and you're like, dude, I just want to, can I watch the movie? Can I watch the movie? That's not public though. Okay, I know this is going to be hard to believe, but sometimes people make analogies that aren't perfectly analogous to prove a different point. So if you hold out for one moment, I'm going to get there. If your goal is to watch the Lord of the Rings movie and your buddy keeps interrupting it over and over and over and over and over again, at some point you're like, dude, I'm just going to go home and watch it myself. I'm actually good. I actually don't want to watch the movie. You know, I'm getting really hungry. You want to go get some food? I'm getting really hungry right now. We just had food 2 seconds ago. Fast metabolism, we should leave now. Why do I feel like I'm catching strays in this analogy? Because I'm catching strays in this analogy. Because I have to resist. I'm gripping the shit out of my fucking chair, being like, don't interrupt, don't interrupt, don't interrupt, don't interrupt. When I'm like watching movies with people.
Shut up, socialist.
Stop. Better example is when you watch a movie, do you say, can we watch the behind the scenes commentary version instead? No, you don't. Dude, I watched that once. I was like, damn, this is like ruining my experience of the original movie. I was like, I have to watch the original movie first before I can watch the version with like the editor or like the director's commentary on top. But what was I saying? Right. So the point is, using the entire work is not the end all be all. And in this case, in the Stebbins case where they used the entire work, it did not impact or weigh against the defendant. And in the case of Green Day, it did not weigh against Green Day. So yeah, you can react to the entirety of a work and use the entirety of the work, and it's still fair use. Here, defendant showed the entirely or nearly the entirety of the nuke. It is evident that to comment on, critique a work, clips of the original may be used. Citing Haas again, parody must be able to conjure up at least enough of that original to make the object of its critical wit recognizable. Copying does not become excessive in relation to the parodic purposes, merely because the portion taken was the original's heart. The court in Haas recognized that without using actual clips, the commentary and critique here would lose context and utility. Here, the extent and quality of importance of the video clips used by defendant was reasonable to accomplish the transformative purpose of critical commentary. Accordingly, the court finds this factor does not weigh against defendant. All right, 1 second. Is it ruling out or the judge still has to make it official? Judge still has to make it official. I'm gonna, I'll answer these things again. I've been re-answering them, but I don't mind answering them a couple times. I know a lot of people have a lot of questions. Did you use more than you needed? I mean, in the tentative ruling, the judge does not seem to think so. What we're reading here is the tentative ruling or your motion. This is the tentative ruling. This is the judge's current tentative ruling, where they say that the court finds that this factor does not weigh against defendant. So tentatively, the judge feels that using the entire work does not weigh against me, and that I used as much as I needed to break down why that documentary was wrong and bad and terrible in a middle school project and whatever. What is a tentative ruling? Sorry if this has been answered. I explained it in this post a little bit. Basically, for those who are unfamiliar, tentative rulings are sometimes published in advance of hearings. So the tentative ruling was published on the 4th on Thursday, and the hearing was on the 5th, Friday, yesterday. And the tentative rulings are sometimes published in advance of hearings in the interest of streamlining the hearing. The tentative ruling is the position of the court before the hearing. So the fact that the tentative ruling is to grant my motion for judgment is incredible news. Hearing was earlier today. The judge has taken the matter under submission, and official ruling will be issued, hopefully sooner rather than later. So basically the judge is just saying, this is how I'm feeling like ruling unless my mind will be changed. And like 90% of the time, the ruling does not change. And especially in a case like this, where the only factor so far that is weighed against me is, and it's not even against me, it's just, yeah, Ethan, your work is creative enough that you ought have copyright protections. There are enough creative elements and unique elements that you can have copyright protection on this. However, copyright protection does not mean that you just win everywhere. And for all of the other cases or all of the other factors, the judge tentatively feels that these factors weigh in my favor. Okay. Also wanted to answer this question again. 2 questions if you can talk about them. Is the ruling out, or is the judge still? So the judge still has to again make it official, and that can be anywhere from a couple of days to a couple of months. So maybe we'll find out on Monday. Maybe we'll find out in a week. Maybe we'll find out in 2 weeks. Maybe we'll find out in a month. We don't know. It just depends on when the judge feels like ruling on it, or not feels like ruling on it, but rather whenever they get to it, because, you know, judges tend to have a lot of backlog and a lot of cases that they have to get to. Okay. Do you think he's going to be? I have no idea. He didn't stream about it at all. I don't know. The thing is, this is just, again, speculation and conjecture on my part. I feel like a big part of the lawsuits for Ethan were, I think some of it was ego.
I don't like Denims.
And I think
like,
it sucks. It sucks to have people criticize you on the internet.
And it bothers me.
He spent all this time making this video, and I made fun of it, and I called it, you know, trash, and I said it was incomprehensible in a middle school project, and I did say I was gonna die of cringe watching it. And I get it, man, that sucks. But that is also the internet. That is what he does to other people's works. That's what he grew his channel doing. He grew his channel making fun of other people's works. And if you dish it out, I don't know that it's wrong to say that you should be able to take it, right? But I think it's like it gets to a point where people just feel very unfairly targeted, even though it's not unfair. So I think some of it is just he doesn't want people to talk about him negatively, and it makes him sad that people talk about him negatively. But also, a lawsuit is it's crazy. A lawsuit is crazy work. I think that was a big part of it, but I also think that it was an opportunity for easy clout. It was an opportunity to get people to stop criticizing him about Israel and get them to start talking about this lawsuit. I think it was something to revitalize his audience. I think he wanted people who criticized him to stop criticizing him, and I think he wants to win. I think he wants to win on the internet, for a lack of better words. I think he wants people to cheer him on, and I think he wants people to stop being mean to him. But it's kind of like a Streisand effect kind of thing, where the more you push back, the more people want to bully. And the thing that's sad is, like, I've said so many times to Ethan, sure, let's bury the hatchet. Sure, let's debate. And then he ran away from that. Hey, man, anytime you want to, you can use this as an opportunity right now to rehabilitate. He could have easily used the content nuke to rehabilitate his image, you know? And he just didn't. He didn't want to. So, hey, man. Whenever this poor chatter. So you wanted a few factors of the lawsuit. I'm a little late to the chat. No, I wanted all of them except for the one that says that yeah, it's a creative work and it deserves protection. And then the judge immediately follows it with this comment, which is, as set forth above, however, this factor alone is not terribly significant in the overall fair use balancing. It's also not a pass-fail kind of thing. It's a, you judge all of the factors together. Are you saying he supports Israel? Didn't he say that you just shouldn't kill them? I mean, he literally apologized on his TikTok for rehabilitating the image of Israel, and he understood what he did was wrong. So you don't have to speak to me. You can go argue with Ethan about Ethan. He made a TikTok saying, you know, I didn't realize how insensitive my comments were, and it came off like supporting Israel, talking about how diverse it is and how I really want to travel there. Like, he literally apologized for his commentary whitewashing Israel. So if you want to be critical of anyone at not killing them, no. Are you listening to the words I'm saying, buddy? You good, little buddy? Here he is apologizing for being pro-Israel.
I came back to TikTok to defend myself against wild accusations, but I also came back because I want to apologize for things that I genuinely got wrong. For example,
I'm planning to go to Israel in June with my parents, and I'm actually really excited to go there. I want to show you guys how beautiful, how multicultural, how like free it feels for people, or just, it's a beautiful place.
This is whitewashing Israel. They're actively conducting a genocide, and you're talking about how, can you imagine saying this about Germany? Germany is actively opening fucking concentration camps, and you're like, it's just such a beautiful place. You know, I just need to show you guys how diverse and multicultural Germany really is. And even he realized how tone deaf this was and apologized for it.
Places I've ever been.
looking back, I definitely feel ashamed for the way I spoke about Israel with such levity at the time that a genocide was happening. I completely understand why people could watch this clip and judge me harshly for it. I want to apologize to anyone in the Palestinian diaspora or anybody that's been affected by this war that felt that I was trivializing the suffering, the horror that you've gone through. And for that, I deeply am sorry, and I'm ashamed of this clip. I came back to TikTok.
I'm literally asking questions. You're trying to put me down. When you don't clarify his comments, I clarified them. You just didn't listen to the words I said. Everything I said was completely accurate. And it took me having to show you a video to understand. That's on you, man. That was in response to someone else. What are you talking about? He literally watched his own video. Oh, you're saying your comment was in response to someone else. Okay. I apologize. It doesn't show me when you at people because you're not adding anyone. You're just like pressing the reply button. So, do you understand? He literally apologized for whitewashing Israel and saying, I can't wait to show you guys how diverse it is. So, it has nothing to do with not killing them. He used his platform to present Israel as, you know, this like glorious, this wonderful, multi-diverse, multicultural place while they're actively murdering and genociding an entire people. And it was so bad, he realized it and apologized. He apologized. That's how bad it was. So when I say that, I'm not saying it because it's my opinion. I'm saying it because it was his opinion. Why are you saying he supports Israel? Because he said so and then apologized for it. Unless you think I shouldn't quote him speaking about himself. All right, continuing. Where were we? Oh man, this is taking a while. I still had more stuff I wanted to get to. Well, it's okay. We can always just do more stuff on Sunday. It would be like saying South Africa is a great place to have a holiday in the 70s. Yeah. Is Denims a suit girl now? Well, everyone else is wearing suits, and I was like, I want to wear a suit. It would make me fun. It would make me happy. It would be fun. So I thought I could do one. I could suit up. I figure everyone else is LARPing. Why shouldn't I? I think it looks kind of good too. I'll take like a full picture in the fit. All right. Let's see. Yes, you can copy an entire work as long as it's transformative. According to this factor does not weigh against defendant. And finally, the fourth factor. All right. Did you see the slop tuber call you female Hasan? I actually play video games, so like, how could I possibly be female Hasan? And I also don't suck at video games, so again, how could I possibly be Hasan? Hello? His camera is his head is too small, my camera's too big. Come on. Way to expose yourself as a fucking idiot, dude. all right, enough. Effect of the use on the potential market. The fourth factor asks what effect the allegedly infringing use has on the potential market for or value of the copyrighted work. This factor considers the extent of the market harm caused by the particular actions of the alleged infringer, but also whether unrestricted and widespread conduct of the sort engaged in by the defendant would result in substantially adverse impact on the potential market for the original. Where the allegedly infringing use does not substitute for the original and serves a different market function, such factor weighs in favor of fair use. So basically, if you go to the store and you really want to buy, I don't know, eggs, and they also have some chicken at the store, the egg company can't be like, dude, we need to sue Big Chicken. They're stealing our customers. They wanted to buy eggs. They only bought chicken because because it's like, no, the people who wanted to buy eggs are going to go buy eggs, and the people who want to buy chicken are going to go buy chicken. It's a different market. It's just, there are different markets for different things. It's not really that surprising. If you only play shooters and you would never play like a MOBA, it would be hard to argue that there's some market substitute when a new MOBA comes out that, I don't know, like, has a similar vibe to some shooter, because it might be a fundamentally different market. So the people who want to see someone clown on Ethan Klein and his video, that's a different market than the people that want to watch some slop tuber or some slop content on Hasan, right? So we'll just read ahead. Where the allegedly infringing use does not substitute for the original, serves a different market function, such factor weighs in favor of fair use. In Campbell, the court found that when a use is transformative, market substitution is at least less certain, and market harm may not be so readily inferred. Indeed, as to parody, pure and simple, it is more likely that the new work will not affect the market for the original in a way cognizable under this factor, that is, by acting as a substitute for it. Thus, where the original work and the new work serve different market functions such that there is no market substitution, the new work is more likely to be fair use. Defendant's live stream is not a market substitute for the nuke, because someone watching the former will have a very different experience from watching the latter, and then it cites Haas again. It cites Ethan Klein's iconic fair use case. Anyone seeking to watch the nuke, a scripted and edited documentary, would have a distinctly different experience watching defendant's fragmented start and stop live stream, which featured spontaneous reaction, live chat interaction, sharp criticism throughout, and extrinsic source material. Now again, these arguments can't be made in the motion for judgment on appeals, because we're only arguing the facts as the plaintiff presents them, as Ethan Klein presents them. But I want to ask you guys a hypothetical question. You guys ever watch a streamer watch a video and they keep pausing so much, you get so mad, you close the video and you just go and watch the original? That's happening because you just wanted to watch the original. And you didn't want to watch someone sit there and pause and comment and pause and comment and pause and comment, which is a very different experience than when you're watching a video And you're there for the commentary. You're there and you're like, I want to know why what he just said was wrong. Explain it. And again, I feel this way when I'm watching like H-Bomber Guy. Where I'm like, okay, I know this fucking, what's that one guy, Paul Joseph Watson? I know what he said is wrong. I know what he said is wrong, but I don't know why what he said is wrong. Explain it to me. Tell me, Paul Walker, whatever the fuck his name is. And so it's very enjoyable to watch someone break something down. And the more they break it down, the better the experience is. The people who came to watch me react and break it down, they didn't want to watch a video of just complete, frankly, propaganda. They wanted someone to explain why everything in it was completely wrong and idiotic and moronic and stupid, which is why they watched the stream. They were there for the react. Otherwise, you would have just went and watched the video. Okay, now continuing from here, anyone seeking to watch the Nuke, a scripted and edited documentary, would have a distinctly different experience. Okay, and then C. Stebbins, finding a lack of market substitution because anyone seeking to watch the live streams would have a fundamentally different viewing experience than a person seeking to watch the retrospective. And then it cites Haas. Again, anyone seeking to enjoy the original on its own will have a very different experience watching the reaction video. And this is what I mean when I say it's a, you know, when you see it, it's a different experience. Watching someone clown on a YouTuber is a different experience than watching the YouTuber make the video that they wanted to make. In the same vein, the people that watched the Content Cop through Ethan Klein's lens watched it because they wanted to see how Ethan could possibly weasel out of some of these things. I know that's why I watched it. I was like, what response could he possibly have for this? I need to know. If I wanted to watch the original in its entirety, I would watch the original in its entirety. If, in fact, I would even argue his pauses took away from the original in terms of like different value. Like if I wanted to watch someone try and make a bunch of succinct points and then tie them all together, watching his stream prevented me from being able to do that because I'm getting this constant start and stop and start and stop. And it doesn't even feel like Ian is getting an opportunity to like string these points together. So, all right, continuing. Only I went to the hearing yesterday. I think Ethan was live streaming the show yesterday at the time of the hearing. Okay, moving on from this. A person wishing to purchase sheet music for Magic in order to play or perform a song would necessarily purchase the sheet music for the song itself from owner of the performance right, not the sheet music for Rainmaker. And then Kelly v. Ariba Softcore, finding no market harm where a person could not use the allegedly infringing work, a thumbnail photograph, a photograph as a substitute for copyrighted high-resolution photograph. Indeed, plaintiff's own allegations suggest as much. And then here the judge is quoting the Ethan Klein original filing to himself. Denims attempts to use the Nuke for the exact opposite purpose, to radicalize her audience to be anti-Semitic and anti-Israeli, along with defending Hasan. And then the Hugh versus Benjamin case is cited. There, the court held, here there is no danger that SJW levels awareness will usurp the market of progressive commentaries, such as We Thought She Would Win. Benjamin's target audience, generally political conservatives and libertarians, is obviously not the same as Hugh's target audience, generally political liberals. Moreover, although SJW levels of awareness is entirely comprised of portions We Thought She Would Win, there is no reason to think that Hugh's audience will abandon her progressive YouTube channel to watch the derisively entitled SJW Levels of Awareness on a conservative YouTube channel simply because it contains parts of her work. So basically, the H3 fans would only be coming to watch my stream because they want to see what I have to say about it. If they wanted to watch his video, they would watch his video. The other thing too is hold up. Okay. I'll talk about this later. Let's continue. Accordingly, the court finds that the defendant's live stream is not a market substitute for the nuke because 3 of the 4 fair use factors strongly favor defendant, including the most important factor, purpose and character of the use. The court concludes that the fair use defense applies as a matter of law, thus the defendant's motion for judgment on the pleadings is granted. Conclusion: for the foregoing reasons, the court grants defendant's motion for judgment on the pleading. The court orders defendant to prepare and submit a proposed judgment in this matter within 7 days of this order. It is so ordered. So this is, again, something that is very important to note. This is a tentative ruling. So we will find out in the next coming days or weeks whether or not this ruling goes through, but it's very, very good news because generally it's pretty rare that a tentative ruling is changed. So, whew, I am very excited. What are you getting? The "it is so ordered" tattoo? There's a good chance that he appeals. There's a good chance that there is more fighting to be had with regard to the other case with the countdown episode. There's still a lot. So it is still very much so up in the air with a lot of things. But this is very, very, very good news. Don't be too excited. Ethan could bring up Kayagate evidence. Stop. Yeah, so I'm really excited. I'm really hopeful. I think there's a very good chance that this motion passes. And I also think that what you have to understand is that this is very important, what I'm about to say. All of this assumes what Ethan said is correct. This is just how the law works. When it comes to motion for judgment on the pleadings, this is just how the law works. You assume everything that the plaintiff is saying is true. If we were to go to court and not have to assume everything that Ethan is saying is correct, it'll be slam dunk. Because there are so many things that Ethan has said in his original filing that are like kind of insane. If this passes, does it include the countdown? No, it does not. The countdown is its own case. This guy replied after like 45 minutes. Not literally 45 minutes. It's okay, buddy. He apologized because people came after him radically. To me, the message can come off wrong. And the people who responded to me are being weirdly aggressive. So I just have a quick question. Do you think it'd be okay, just as a genuine question, if Nazi Germany was around and people were talking about how they can't wait to show everyone how multicultural Germany is? Do you think that would be okay? What if someone said, like, I can't wait to go to North Korea and show you guys how multicultural North Korea is? Then what would you think? Do you think it would be justified for anyone to be upset? Say that again. I just put my headset on. How would you feel if Nazi Germany was around and people were talking about how excited they are to travel and show everyone how multicultural and diverse and beautiful Germany is? Or maybe if someone went to North Korea and said, I can't wait to show you guys how beautiful North Korea is. And it's so diverse and multicultural. Would that be like okay to you? That would be like, yeah. Germany is around. I said Nazi Germany. I said Nazi Germany. You know, the one that killed 6 million Jews? That one. Yeah, that one. Okay, now answer the question correctly. Well, am I a German or Polish? You're German. Well, I don't think I'd appreciate someone saying I should die because of my government. So you're not going to answer the question? Is it a little too hard? Are you under pressure? Well, whether you're pretending to be Nick Shitley and you're just pretending to be brain damage dropped on your head 50 times, never loved by your mother, your mother chose crack over you every single time, or you actually are, I can't have idiots around. That's too far of a level of stupid. I'm sorry. You must be this level of intelligent to be in this stream, okay? And you're like somehow in the ground. I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry, man. Imagine being like, I got the streamer by admitting that I would make a video about how great Germany is. Like, congrats. All right, next on the menu. I am excited to talk about this. Wormy. I wanted to pull some stuff up. First of all, oh, thanks, Beamies. All right, next. This is what I want to talk about. Oh, one sec. I'm sorry, I'm trying to find it. Where is it? Not this. Oh, I didn't see this. Hold up. What's this?
That I think is his real intention. I don't think any of it had to do with like harming Hasan alone as much as it was controlling the extent to which the anti-H3 narrative could be perpetuated. Dude, I've met so many fucking people who used to work on H3 and like they're all so cool and they all are like either quitting or on their way to quitting and feel awful about what they're a part of and what they got paid to do. And like it's so tragic. The like ripples thereafter. Hasan derangement syndrome, do people say that?
Yeah. No comment. Nothing to say. I wanted to pull this up. Hold up.
Yeah, by the way, the lawsuit that fucking failed, this was one of the elements. Obviously, like, you might be thinking, why the fuck do I care about this, like, weird-ass lawsuit from a pro-Israel podcaster from a pro-Israel podcaster against, like, other people? And it's because he basically used the fucking lawsuit as a fleshlight for all of his other, you know, personal opinions. Very strange.
Well, I do think the reason this is just my personal opinion. I think a big part of the reason why the lawsuit is so long, the original filing is so long, is because one, it's an easy way to drain people's bank accounts and drain people's ability to respond and hire a lawyer that can respond. But two, I think it was meant to just be read by a bunch of YouTubers and win in the court of public opinion and be like, look, and then she just destroyed it, man. She got destroyed here and she got destroyed here.
Yeah, he did a whole bunch of weird shit in that lawsuit, and it turns out a normal judge looked at it and was like, this is fucking insane.
Well, I think a big part of it, again, is like genuinely try and like remove all the rot from your brain and think about it and just be like, watch the video, be as impartial as you can be and say, does this feel like a different experience? Do I feel like I got a fundamentally different experience from the original viewing? And the answer is yes.
It turns out that what pops off in the minds of like weird, perverted, fake lawyers on the internet and rape tone and Asmongold circles on the internet doesn't actually stand in the fucking court.
It's not lost on me, by the way, that if that motion was denied, Asmongold would be talking about it. But because the current motion, the tentative ruling, is in my favor, he literally has nothing to say. He has no comment. He literally has no comment. He's too much of a cowardly little bitch-ass pussy to say a single fucking word.
Court of law.
People are cowards, man. These people are so cowards.
Yeah, great stuff. Great stuff overall. But does this matter? Of course not, because our enemies are stupid. Okay? Our enemies are fucking stupid. Okay? Just remember that. If you're wondering why these guys constantly go, oh, this lawsuit is over, and then there's like 7 million views on these YouTube videos with like some of the sweatiest fucking losers on the planet running.
My favorite is when they Photoshop me, they like AI me, and I'm like, "Arr!" and I'm like screaming, crying, or whatever. It's like, stop. That shit makes me laugh so hard every time I see it. No, but it's always like they make my mouth huge. I look like I'm in Big Mouth, dude. It's like when they make Hasan bald and like red.
Around being like, oh my God, like this is over. What epic ownage, without even like thinking about what dangerous precedent this sets for fair use on the internet. Like Ethan Klein almost killed fair use with this idiotic fucking attempt. Thank God the judge was like, hey dog, your previous precedent that you set in your previous lawsuit was actually pretty reliable in this circumstance. Yeah, they cited his own fair use suit from 2016 in his fucking law.
And I think this is like by far one of the most offensive parts. It's like genuinely, I am so disappointed by all of the cowardice on the internet. You people would literally, all of you slop tubers would be harmed by a fair use ruling against you. Asmongold does not react to content. Most of the time he just plays and goes, yeah, based, yeah, based, yeah, based. He would be hurt by precedent that said that a 2-hour edition wasn't good enough. All of these people who their content is React content, their content is taking other people's content and transforming it, they would be hurt by a ruling that said no React content. If 2 hours is not good enough, something that is way above the market like the standard of the internet currently on streaming and on live streaming and on YouTube and on Twitch, like, what is fair use? Nothing is fair use.
Dude, today's feel-good story. A federal judge just handed Zionist YouTuber Ethan Klein a brutal loss in his copyright lawsuit against pro-Palestine Twitch streamer Denims TV in a humiliating.
You know what? Listen, disappointed with Philly D and Charlie, anyone else, and they'd be all over this. I'm going to say something really quickly. First of all, if Ethan was getting sued again, they would have covered it and glazed the shit out of him. Second, fucking cowardly. Fucking cowardly. Oh my God. I don't know if you're just being a little pussy or you got some crazy skeletons in your closet, but dude, cringe. I will accept an apology, man. I will accept an apology. Let the official rulings come out. If it goes to trial, I'll win a trial. And then I didn't want to cover this because I didn't want to get harassed. Let me get one of those and then all shall be forgiven. I'm mostly joking. But I can't believe so much of the cowardice online.
Ruling. The judge cites a.
This was Asman's reaction when he was asked about the suit. And yeah, it was no comment.
I don't really understand it. I saw that Ethan Klein seems to have lost one of the claims, but there were two claims.
Hold up. Let it be known, if Ethan had won one of the claims, he would be making 15 videos about how I'm going to be homeless or whatever. One moment. We're pulling it up.
Klein Denims update? I don't really understand it. I saw that Ethan Klein seems to have lost one of the claims, but there were two claims. And
You don't seem to understand a lot, my friend.
The retards that misunderstand everything were saying that like Ethan lost, which it seems like it's not really that true, so I'd have to read it and research it myself. But yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, Asmongold, famous at conducting research, famously a big advocate of
He's literally explicitly said he doesn't need to do research because he understands human psychology.
doing research. And what he means by that is grokking it, okay?
Yeah, I'm gawking it. I'm tuboing it.
Grokking it.
Yeah. And Denims won, apparently. I don't think it's that simple. I think that there was like two claims, and one claim it seems like she might have won, and the other one she didn't. But I don't know which the two claims were, or like what that means, right? So I have no idea. Whereas like the Frogan one was a lot more obvious. Like default judgment is like.
Was it? Wait. Was it? Or are you just as stupid and don't know what happened there either? Because the answer will shock you. Lo and behold, nope, you were just wrong on that too. You have been wrong confidently throughout this entire process, and your audience doesn't know any better, and they're just like desperately looking for something to confirm their biases and to reinforce this notion that like these bad women, these disgusting women are getting punished. And that's precisely the reason why you have dropped that other one after getting your biases confirmed. And now, in this circumstance, it's pretty obvious that you were wrong and all the other fucking lawyers that you relied on were wrong. So now you're like, oh, I don't know what's going on. I just like don't fully understand what's taking place here, so I don't fucking know. And just, yeah. Damn, court hits different when you're dumb? Yes. All of these guys are actively lying to you. If you follow like these drama slop tubers, if you follow these stupid reactionary fucking lawyers that consistently lie, have no interest or investment in the truth at all, you're going to be wrong. You're going to find yourself wrong all the time. But the unfortunate reality is, I think nowadays people don't just care. People just simply don't care about living in the real world, because there are plenty of examples.
God. And this fucking face, this AI face of me is so funny. You know, I really am not I feel bad because like maybe Ethan didn't know. I'm like not a good person to bully because I think a lot of things that are really absurd are really funny. Like some things are so absurd that they kind of become funny. I saw one that made me bald. Can I show you? I've never seen this. And they made me like not balding. They made me straight bald, dude. Like it's shiny, bro. Hold up. They kind of gave me a little bit of an egghead though. Wait one moment. It's gonna be worth the wait. I want every AI edit to be of me like this. Dude, you could use me as a reflection, man. You could use me as a mirror. Oh my god, I'm so bald. I like that I was the only person that was photoshopped to be bald. Why didn't they bald Casey? Why didn't they bald Mike? What the hell? Why they only bald me? Only I get balded? Okay. Low-key kind of bad, though. Low-key shorty kind of bad. Oh my god. So yeah, some things are so absurd that they kind of become funny. It's kind of how I think a lot of people felt about like the Raiden photoshops on Hasan. It's like, this is so insane that it's become funny, you know? And the way that they Photoshop me where I'm like, I'm crying, I'm so bad. It's so funny.
And plenty of new content that's constantly coming out that will allow you to stay in your hug box. And the more we spend time on the internet as opposed to the real world, because that's what's happening, the more you have less reliance on the truth and what's happening in the real world at all. This is something that we see with the cultish attitude from MAGA, right? Trump can just be like, the war is going great. And even if gas prices are fucking skyrocketing, you can just still feel like the war is going great. Trump told me so. You know?
I think it's like a big hug box thing.
Like, at all. Because her camera is so fucking big, and it bothers me.
Alright, still a lot more of this fucking yapper, bro.
President that Klein
Blind Squirrel, thank you so much for the 5 gift subs. Thank you.
himself created. In 2017, Klein won a landmark fair use case, Hosinzadeh versus Klein. After being sued for making a reaction commentary video, it became one of the most important copyright rulings in YouTube history. Creator rights advocates celebrated him. Fast forwarded to 2025. Now, the plaintiff sues several smaller streamers for doing almost exactly what he did back then, watching it, criticizing his video, and an unhinged diatribe against Hasan the Hun, live with commentary throughout. Today, Judge Wesley Su cited Hosinzadeh versus Klein repeatedly to rule that Denims TV's live stream was transformative fair use. The case Klein won to protect himself is now protecting the pro-Palestine streamers he's suing. Klein's own complaint alleged that Denims used his video for the exact opposite purpose, to defend Hasan Piker rather than condemn him. The court said, exactly. Different purpose means transformative. Klein argued himself into losing. Is he being fleeced by his lawyers? Dude, can you imagine thinking, by the way, this is Israel mindset. Sorry, gonna say it. This is Israel mindset. It's not shocking to me that his lawyer is a West Bank settler. It's not shocking to me that Ethan Klein loves Israel, because this is Israeli mindset. You think you get to have a say in how people transform your content? Are you fucking stupid?
Well, it's more so just like, I think it's just like kind of like narcissism brain, where in the Kilotonics video, he literally shows, oh man, I know Kilotonics retweeted it recently. He literally shows how when it comes to Ethan criticizing other people, that's okay. That's free speech. He's allowed to do that. Too bad. You don't like it? Deal with it. But when it comes to anyone criticizing him, he just feels like he shouldn't have to deal with it.
But of course, the way Israel mindset, being spiritually, Israeli and doing Israel mindset, here's how it works. If you have overwhelming power, if you have a lot more money to throw at a fucking problem, you can actually make people that are smaller than you, that don't have that same financial support, you can actually humiliate them or try to humiliate them when all you're doing is humiliating yourself. And it turns out there are some people, sycophants really, that will support you every step of the fucking way.
Which, like, let me say, the one thing that this tentative ruling proves, because it's not official yet, but the one thing this tentative ruling proves is that this is not an open and shut case. And it never was. It never was. Since day one, it never was. And so all of these fucking dipshit ass law tubers that are like, it's over, like there's no way any judge, maybe a judge might say that his work was informational. Maybe. Like, they really said with their whole chest, there is no way in any shape or form that a judge would ever, in any universe, ever think that I could win.
Because that's what happened with Kaceytron, where he made Kaceytron release this statement and like sign off on a litany of like insane things. In a just world, all these reaction streamers should be thanking her for fighting their fight. Roach, X, and Destiny were celebrating her getting her sued. Not knowing if she lost, it would be bad for them because they react to thousands of videos. Exactly. Unfortunately, like I said, a lot of our opposition is either unbelievably fucking stupid or they're just horrible monsters. Okay? Sometimes both. Every single fucking major content creator on this dumbass fucking platform that reacts to YouTube videos with regular frequency was championing this fucking lawsuit, not realizing that if this lawsuit was successful, it would have gutted React content.
It's actually really funny too, because Ethan probably could have sued XQC and won a lot of money. Because XQC's reaction was, let me tell you, not good. It was not good. It was not good. In fact, at one point, he just says he's watching it, not reacting to it. Okay? And he re-uploaded his VOD, and you can see the number of millions of views that it got. Like, Ethan could maybe try and start proving market harm. But, like...
in general,
he can't go after XQC because then he would lose public support.
They should be kissing Denims' feet. They should have been fucking...
Hey, yo. Hey, yo.
Screeching at...
Nah, I'm good. You freaky as hell. I'm good, though.
Ethan. They should have been screaming at Ethan, but no, they were too horny to fucking bully a bunch of pro-Palestine women that they don't like, that their fucking dumbass incel audiences would jerk off to the thought of dominating. And that's precisely what happened here, okay? That's what this is. A lot of fucking dumbass losers on the internet were so stoked. We're so motherfucking stoked at the prospect of destroying the lives and livelihoods of a bunch of women that they don't like. That they didn't even think about the fucking consequences. Now, will they actually address this stuff evenly? Will they address it accurately? Will they look at the situation and go, well, obviously, this was a failure, and maybe Ethan should stop, pursuing these idiotic lawsuits, wasting away, like literally withering away, and aggressively pursuing people through litigation to dump unlimited amounts of paperwork on them with the hopes that they can't actually fight back because they don't have enough money, so they'll concede? Probably not. Because these guys don't...
I mean, again, I think a big part of it for Ethan or people like Ethan, and again, this is just conjecture on my part and my personal opinion, but like, it sucks to have people talk badly about you, and it sucks to have people shit on you. Like, it's a little annoying that LSF is so brigaded. But I'm honestly more annoyed at the fact that LSF has become, like, unusable because of its brigadedness. It's also annoying to see anytime I'm up there, or Hasan is up there, or whatever, all of the comments are negative. But it's just annoying, and you just deal with it, and you're like, okay, whatever. That's the internet, that's life. To do what Ethan is doing is like, it's insane. Like, how do you not see that you've become what you set out to defeat so many years ago, man? LSF was on your side yesterday? Okay, first of all, I'm going to clarify something. I've seen multiple people and sentiment shifting, being like, I always knew Denims had a strong case. I saw so many of those comments, all right? And I just want to say, Suck my dick. No, you weren't. Bitch, I'm watching. I remember users' names. I remember chatter names. I remember the color that they had. I can tell when someone changed their color in chat. I'm like, orange, huh? I think green suited you better, but you know. I see you fuckers, all right? And I know you motherfuckers were not saying since the beginning, she has a great chance. Ho, bitch ass ho. Stop, okay? Stop. Stop. Maybe you're trying to sell it to some other people and you're trying to sell your horse shit to somebody else. Not me, okay? No. Please, stop it. I will say, I didn't prep this ahead of time. I meant to. There's something I'm about to talk about for a little bit. No, actually, you know who actually was correct about this? Mike. Because Mike is not an insane person who is so partial towards the freaks of the internet that he was capable of seeing this is insane. But before I get to that, 1 second. Let me see if I can find it really quickly. I want to say something. I want to say a couple things. Let's go over something. Let's go over something really quickly. All right. Pull it up. All right. I'm going to be measured in my response. I'm going to do my best to respond as accurately as possible. But there's one person that I've seen covering my lawsuit. All right? And that is Pisco. And I'm going to say a couple things. One, credit where credit is due. One of the, I think probably maybe the only person on the internet that I saw that actually was trying to explain to the dipshits online that malice is not a factor of fair use. Intent is not a factor of fair use. It never was. Ethan lied, and you people fell for it. Not you guys, chat, but like the people who fell for it fell for it. It never was. There's not going to be a trial on Malice, you stupid slut. There never was. Okay? And he's been the only person that's had like any semblance of a brain on this point. It's crazy to me that anyone's falling for it. And they're like, but she said. Not to mention, by the way, that's not what I said. There's a chatter saying, I need you to stream it. And I was saying, yeah, I'm going to stream it. Okay? That's not an admission of malice. Second, a comment at the end making fun of him and calling his video terrible. That's also not malice or intent. Not to mention, it doesn't matter for fair use. Well, the only thing that matters when it comes to fair use is whether or not you transform the content. That's the thing that matters. So I want to say that. But before I get any further, all right? I just want to show you guys this. Denims gets a win in the Ethan Klein copyright case for the Nuke claim. The court has held tentatively that her reaction was fair use. As I previewed a few weeks ago, if the court relied on Stebbins, Denims would be in a good spot. Completely absent from analysis, intentional stated malice. Because it's not relevant. It's just literally, it's not relevant. Now, there's some arguments about like malice being relevant in terms of damages, but it's not relevant in terms of fair use rulings. It either is fair use or it's not fair use. Your comments are not relevant to whether or not it is or isn't fair use. You either transformed it or you didn't transform it. And then the other thing I was going to say, there's one other thing. Oh, there is one other thing that Pisco did. I remember. Pisco, I think, is one of the few, not the only. I think he was the only on Malice, but one of the few people that has consistently proven that this entire lawsuit by Ethan is not an attempt to protect copyright. It's a petty it's just a petty goal. He just wants to go after the people who he doesn't like. And it would be honest for him to just say that. He doesn't care about protecting copyright and protecting people's works and he just really cares a lot about fair use. Like, no, you're being petty. Just admit you're being petty. Okay? And he's been right about that since day one. So, want to say that. However, as I've always maintained, I still think Ethan has a strong claim on the countdown reaction and therefore is likely to win on at least one cause of action, but the Nuke reaction by Denims was always the harder case, especially when compared to other reactions. This is tentative, yes, but given the language here, it's hard for me to see Ethan recovering on the claim, except perhaps on appeal if he so chooses. And then his opinion. And then people being like, it's not what I meant to pull up. This one. People being like, Pisco was correct from the start. Cope and seethe. And let me say something, okay? No. All right. All right. No. All right. Actually, from the beginning, the first stance was this. All right.
Why am I assuming it's infringement? Like, are you serious? Because she copied the video, she performed the video, and I know Denims. Are you arguing it's going to be fair use, protected? No way. Not a shot. So I'll ask
you
that
know
specifically
me.
if you like it.
Little bro, how do you know me? How do you know me, little bro? I'm down. I'm down to be homies. I'm down. And I respect that you stood on business with regard to the intent of the lawsuits and that you stood on business with regard to Malice. And you defended those points well. But, you know me. So, let me just say, a lot of people assuming that I didn't react before even looking into the case. And a lot of people assuming that I had no chance or whatever. Ho, I see you. I see you. If I can remember when a chatter changes the color of their name, I'm seeing your ass, bro. All right? Credit where credit is due. Okay? That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. All right? But again, respect. Because so many people were hounding his ass for being like, dude, you know, the lawsuits are personal for Ethan. He doesn't care about fair use. If he cared about fair use, he would sue XQC. Malice is not relevant. So, yeah. All right. And then I can't believe how many people have been tricked by the Malice thing. It's just crazy to me. It's crazy to me. Someone like this. I was busy at the time of stream. I was getting ready for the hearing and stuff, so I wasn't home. I didn't get a chance to see.
Someone like XQC or
fucking Hutch, dude. Of course, Hutch is wrong about Malice.
Could end up with an opinion that's like way more broad.
Oh, wait, and this couldn't?
I suppose, but I think there's less risk in this situation, though, right? Wouldn't you say?
Why?
Because of the particular egregious nature of their malice.
Okay, I want you to understand something here. Now, Hutch is very stupid, and this is why you are not allowed to you're not allowed to practice law without passing the bar, right? Hutch is very stupid. Malice is not a factor in the fair use calculation. We just read the 4 factors. There was no malice because guess what? Malice is your right. You have the right to have malice. You have the right to say, fuck this video. Don't watch this movie. Don't listen to this song. Don't watch this creator. You're allowed. That's your God-given right. And I'm going to say it right now. Don't watch Hutch. Use my stream.
Bro is Malice.
As a replacement of Hutch because he's stupid. And he's never right. He's fucking stupid. And nobody, absolutely nobody, should watch this dipshit because he can't get anything right. You see? That's my right. It's criticism. It's critique. Now, there is a...
Yeah, and a lot of people think that, like, freedom of speech doesn't exist. If you made, like, a soda, if you were like, I want Coca-Cola to go out of business, I hate Coca-Cola, BDS, and you, like, wanted to... Sorry, I don't know why did I just get really quiet? Test? What the heck? Test? Mike somehow broke my audio. Okay, this might blast your guys' ears later, but let me fix it. Let me do my best. Okay. Let me know if it gets bad. I did my best to fix it, but if it gets bad, sorry about that. All right. My mic has just been acting really weird. It like broke last night for some reason. I was like trying to work on a video, and I've been recording like more internet content, more YouTube and sorry, not YouTube, Instagram and TikTok content, and then my mic just fried, and I spent all morning fixing it. But anyways, what was I? No, why did I? What was I gonna say? God damn it. Oh, right. I remember. So if you were like, fuck Coca-Cola, I hate Coca-Cola, girl, the boycott, I'm going to make a soda so that nobody buys Coca-Cola. And you make like a soda, and you make like Fanta, or you make like, I don't know, Sprite or whatever. The Dr. Pibb or whatever. You make that. And you explicitly say, I am making this soda so people stop buying Coca-Cola. Well, did you sneak into the back of the Coca-Cola factory and steal their secret formula? Is it a different formula? Oh, okay. Well, you're allowed to do that. Mr. Pibb. Sorry, not Dr. Pibb. Not Dr. Jihad. No. Sorry, Mr. Pibb. You can do that. Like, you can... That's protected free speech. Free speech protection in the United States is actually really, really strong. You don't have to necessarily want people to support someone. That's not required. Now, if you do infringe the content and you do not transform the content, and then later during the damages stage, they prove intent, which it doesn't matter because my intent was never to steal it anyways. And my statements don't say that, even though people keep coping and they keep being like, no, that's what those words mean. I swear that's what those words mean. It's like, it's just not what those words mean, dog. Sorry. What was I trying to say? Right. Now, in the damages stage, maybe they can up the damages if there is malice. But again, also the proof and burden for malice is way higher, or like intent, which I'm sure Mike is about to explain right now. But yeah, I'm genuinely shocked by the number of people that were like, I saw the funniest comment the other day. Oh my God. This might be a little bit like mean to show chat. Anybody else bummed that Denims is winning? I still don't get how she's the one coming out on top out of the three. And she did feels like the literal definition of not fair use. I don't understand. Okay. Anyways. Yeah, I genuinely, I feel bad for all of the people on the internet that like believed Ethan Klein. And they were like, well, Ethan, you really think someone would do that? They would get on the internet and lie and say intent was important? You really think that? So that they can justify a lawsuit that otherwise would have no justification?
Malice factor after infringement has been established.
Which again, after infringement has been established.
You openly and willfully infringe the copyright. Like say that I stole a CD and I burned it 1,000 times and I sold it out on the street. I sold copies of your fucking album out on the street. And somebody came to me and said, bro, and I came to you and I said, hey, you're stealing my album. You can't do this. And I said, fuck you. I'm going to keep stealing your shit. Then that would be malice, right? But the malice is not in the commentary, you dumbass. God damn. How are they so fucking stupid? How are they so fucking stupid? The First Amendment gives me the right to criticize you and insult you and call you dumb. And in my critique of your work, whether it's an article, whether it's a video, whether it's a stream, I get to say nobody should watch that dumb shit. That's my God-given right. You're stupid.
Yeah. Freedom of speech in our country is actually really strong. It's actually a little bit crazy how strong. For anyone here who's taken any, like, when I was getting my accounting degree, I had to take a couple business law classes, and I love them. They were actually a lot of fun. And it's crazy how strong our freedom of speech laws are in the United States. Like, you really can say a lot. You can say a lot. Which is cool. Which is cool. All right. Now, I did a far better explanation than in this clip. Let's talk about the theory of your case would mean that you couldn't refute an op-ed in the newspaper. You couldn't take a video of a politician speaking and then refute it. Imagine if you got sued for copyright because you did discourse on an issue. Yep. I mean, again, the fact that the work is very political and the fact that the work is very focused on Israel-Palestine, it makes it a lot easier to be a work that is criticized, right? So, thank you, Genovos. All right. Now, from that point, we can get back to the Hasan coverage. I just wanted to show all of you that and say, like, it's very bizarre how many people were, like, tricked by Ethan, and instead of recognizing Ethan Klein, the guy who's, like, lied 1 billion times about how many things that guy would lie again to justify lawsuits that otherwise would have no justification.
Don't think about anything. It's just pure reactionary nonsense. Anyway, there's more. The court walked through all 4 fair use factors. 3 favored Denim strongly. The only one favoring Klein, that the nuke is a creative work deserving protection, the judge dismissed as not terribly significant in the overall balance. Accordingly, the court finds that the nature of the subject work weighs against the finding of fair use. As set forth above, however, this
Hasan Avi Jr., thank you for the 10 gifties. Thank you.
factor alone is not terribly significant in overall fair use balancing. Because at the end of the day, the work was transformative. That's number one. And number two, Ethan was simply trying to sue people into submission because he didn't like what they had to say. How's that for fucking free speech? But it turns out a lot of people don't give a fuck about free speech at all, especially those who think free speech means, you know, saying slurs and being able to say slurs and have no opposition whatsoever.
I mean, on the free speech thing, this kilotonic segment is like, it's still so good.
What matters is whether you think someone with money should be able to abuse the court to silence their enemy's speech and expression, because that is the standard Ethan is setting. Not a standard about transformation, not one about protecting intellectual property. It's just the standard of don't piss off Ethan Klein. And if you're not disgusted by that notion, you should be. Ethan would be.
In this country, we value free speech. And what a reaction video ultimately is free speech. I think if you're a reactor on Twitch, if you make a good faith effort to comment, and if you make a good faith effort to promote the author, to link to them, to try to drive traffic to the original video, I think you're probably pretty much doing the right thing, and that's fine. Fair use doesn't give a shit if you watch the video first or not. I didn't watch this video first. I knew they would watch the entire video, react to it instantly.
Which, by the way, it was very weird that he made that argument and said, like, I didn't watch your video. I have to watch your video first. Because then in his filing against my motion, he was like, she didn't even watch the video first. And she should have watched it first and prepared. It's like, but by your own metric, you said you don't need to do that. What?
Instantly, giving them no time to form an opinion. I have to show that I've watched it before and thought, well, I have something good to add. I didn't watch your video beforehand, bro. A long-form, irresistible piece of content that I knew that these streamers couldn't resist. They couldn't avoid the temptation of watching it the second it was published.
It was this part. Since Denims did not pre-screen the nuke, She frequently makes comments that are later contradicted by the nuke, which again also was not necessarily great to put in the original filing. Because it's just like, it's proving that I made a bunch of comments, whether they were contradicted, which I disagree that they were. Because there's like the Hasan Nasrallah one, and then there's like, which he literally is making a completely separate point. And then it does feel like a lot of the H3 fans, it feels like arguing with a pigeon. Or sorry, what is it? Playing chess with a pigeon. Or like, you're not playing with someone who even understands the rules. So in their head, they always win. Which is very funny.
It's speech, bro. I don't need anyone's permission to say anything.
You can't just say whatever you want. You can't just say, I'm in favor of genocide. You gotta watch what you say. I'm not standing by this shit anymore.
And I'm gonna call out people like Brendan too, because this is just bad for everyone. And it's especially egregious considering the hypocrisy of the whole free speech thing that these guys apparently love so well.
Free speech! You go to free speech. Shut up, dumbass.
You're shutting down criticism and you're pretending like it's a copyright issue. It's not.
Dude, this is it's just brutal, man. It's just brutal. And then he says like the part, actually I missed the most
It's fair
important
use.
part. Wait.
It's protected speech.
This isn't a free speech issue. This is people are fucking getting way too comfortable slandering and saying whatever they want about people online under the guise of free speech.
There's lots of videos shitting on me on the internet. You know, I wish I could just delete them off the internet. You know, wouldn't that be nice? Wouldn't that be just convenient? But you know what? You can't do it. That's free speech. You know, and free speech is tested when it's targeted at you.
You can't just...
Free speech is tested when it's targeted at you. Crap on the board, knock over the pieces, walk around like they won anyways, yeah. It's like, oh, look, here is this case of Hasan calling Nasrallah base. It's like, he just says he's well-read. I say, no, he didn't say that. And then he says, yeah, he's well-read. And then I'm like, okay, yeah, because he's well-read. What he's explaining in that point is a lot of people think terrorist means that you're sub 80 IQ or whatever. And I know IQ is not a real metric. I'm just saying that the people who tend to parrot those statements tend to believe IQ is the end all be all, which is why I'm quoting it back at them. And they just think like, oh, you just like think all of the most heinous things about Muslim people and about terrorists. And you just think they all wear turbans and shoot guns and kill women and children. And that's all they do. And they can't imagine a world where the people that we classify as terrorists would ever be well-read.
Shut up, socialist.
That's different than calling him based. That's saying the reason why his message sounds salient is because he's well-read. Because actually, terrorists are not just a bunch of, like, villagers that have, like, guns and have backwards ideas and they never read anything. So, yeah. But anyways... Thanks, Scruffy. All right. Let's... Oh my god, sorry. This is a crazy post. The Nick Shirley of lawyers. Les is here to set the record straight on Denim's lawsuit. I think this chatter meant Denim. I wanted to show you guys this. This took me out. This took me the fuck out. Someone, I think, in chat linked this. And the legal analysis... Okay, this is someone criticizing this guy. The legal analysis you do provide is insane stuff like Denims is an idiot because she hired very good lawyers who always win. I'm not even exaggerating for effect. That's literally what you said.
You know what I said about Frogan? Like, out of all the people in this circus, Frogan was the smartest one. She hired the cheapest lawyer. She hired the cheapest lawyer. And so she's not losing like a bunch of money here. Frogan's eating McDonald's. She's doing good. She's doing good. You don't need to worry about good friend Frogan. She's doing excellent. Denims is an idiot. Denims hired a very expensive law firm. They're very good. I've always said that I'm going to blow your mind. Any of the free lawyers and Dennis law firm. Now, having researched them, I went over their LinkedIns. I added them on LinkedIn. I think some of them added me back. Like I looked at their like LinkedIn profiles, and these guys are like all they do is win litigation cases. They win, they win, they win, they win. She's spending money she cannot afford to spend this early on. And I don't know where the money's coming from, but even if she wins, she will lose, right?
I can't. I like literally. I can't. It's just amazing. It's just amazing, dude. Oh my god. It's just incredible. Even if she wins, she loses. My source? She's an idiot because she hired very good lawyers who always win. I'd avoided clicking play on any of the clips of this guy. That was the correct decision. What is he saying? Sorry to make you watch that, Josh Girl. How would this dude know your financial situation? I don't know. At this point, like, I just want to see more speculations. This guy, like, every time he talks about my lawyers, he makes the number higher. He'll be like, she's paying $50,000. She's paying $100,000. She's paying $200,000. She's already paid $500,000. Like, next he's gonna say, like, I've already paid $3 million. Like, she's already paid $17 billion. What are you, my accountant? I already used Hasan's house as collateral. I didn't tell him yet, though. Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Now, let's go back to the Hasan coverage for a moment. I just needed to show you guys that. That guy's videos are great. Good for him. You know, I hope he's having a blast, man. I hope he's having a blast.
Yeah. Here comes the Sunbird says, I don't believe this was ever about winning the lawsuit. Where it backfired was Denims following through on taking it to a judge. Fair use is a robust enough stand to stand its ground, which is probably why Destiny and Asmongold were celebrating it.
Oh, is the video loud? Sorry. Make it a little lower.
I would hope that at a certain point, yeah, if it doesn't change tomorrow, this will be the second most important court ruling on YouTube and fair use, followed only by 2017's Matt Haas / Ethan Klein. Yeah. Ironically enough, the in-person motion for judgment hearing will be today at 2:15. Scheduling for notice in chamber order, changing the time of the motion. Ethan Klein, do the right thing. Drop everything, please. Oh my God. It's so stupid to consistently pursue this shit and try to appeal it, please. Now that he's lost, he's going to admit he was doing it to cost Denims money to try and not look owned. At some point,
yeah, I think I saw some cope was like, Denims actually lost because she spent money on the lawsuit. Oh. What? And I saw one that was like, well, Denims actually lost because she got people to give her money for a lawsuit. It's like, well, maybe you guys can correct me if I'm wrong. I have done as much as I can, and I've tried to go above and beyond on sharing as much as I can. Sort of like out of respect for all of the people who've donated. Because I know that you guys donated, and those of you who have donated, donated to see me fight this lawsuit. And so, oh my God, you got me. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, raiders. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hi, everyone. We're not finishing. We're still talking about it. There's still, I don't know why I was going to say finishing. But yeah, I was saying that, like, I think a lot of people who donated, I tried to make the, bio as clear as possible, like the description of the GoFundMe as clear as possible. And, I've tried to keep you guys informed because I just feel like that's the most fair thing I can do. Even though I know you guys donated just to make and you expected that money to go towards legal fees, and I have done that to the best of my ability. I've tried to keep you guys informed. So I don't understand what the cope is. It's like, yeah, we totally owned the people who donated because they gave her $5 to spend on legal fees, and she spent $5 on the legal fees. I think and again, please inform me if I'm mistaken. I've tried to spend it exactly in the way that I said that I would. And I've tried to keep you guys as informed as possible. So I think it's within the realm of reasonable.
Socialist.
And if anyone feels like the money was not spent to their liking, I mean, you can let me know. But I've done my best to follow exactly what the description said and keep you guys informed so you guys can see where it's going. So yeah, like, what is the gripe that you bought too good a lawyer? I don't know. I don't know. Can't you counter sue for expenditures? It's just still too early to say anything like that. And again, like I said, as soon as I have more information, I always try and keep you guys updated as soon as I can. So we'll see how everything shakes out and plays out. I just don't know if that's going to be happening or not yet. All right. I have a complaint. I expected you to pay a funnier lawyer for the content. True. If anything, the fact that you got a good lawyer with money from me means that it was well spent. Thank you. I appreciate it. And I personally feel like if I was donating to a GoFundMe for legal fees, I would want my money to go towards someone getting the best legal representation that they can. And I would be happier if they got as best a legal representative that they could. So yeah. Remember when all those people were donating, being like, donating my money so it can go straight to Ethan? That was so weird. I didn't understand that. I didn't understand those people. It's like, no, you're giving me the money to build a better defense against him. Thanks for the $20, I guess. I'm not going to stop you, but okay. Sure? You got me. Congrats. Off topic, has your cat been in your lap lately? I saw from Denim streams in the past that cat in the lap is a rare occasion. Well, I have two cats, and one of them, Mayor Cat, who I stretch at the end of stream, and I big stretch him. He's not really a lap cat. He likes to sit next to me, but he never likes to sit on me ever, and especially never on stream. So anytime you see a cat on me, it's Wormy. And she's very partial. I do tell them apart. Well, in person, they're pretty, Wormy has these big old eyes, and she's half his weight. They look really similar in build. And her ears are bigger, and her tail is more cat-like. So I don't know how to, I just know. One of them is gray and the other one is gray. My first time checking out your stream, but in this on in my communities, you're highly recommended. Sorry I had to deal with Ethan's lawfare is horrible, commonplace in our fucked up society. Hope you come out on top. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I want to finish this because I didn't see the rest of this, but I also wanted to say I will obviously keep you guys informed as soon as there are more updates. I feel really good. I feel really good about the motion. I feel really good about trial if there is a trial. And I will keep fighting as long as I have to keep fighting. And I will keep you guys informed the entire way. And as I've said, I will be your champion, chat. All right. I've also said since day one, after the ISIS hostage style fucking video, I don't ever, even for a second, blame Casey for settling earlier because, first of all, it's like, it's very mentally draining, right? And maybe I'm just buffed by like playing competitive games or something. So I have like a particular brain rot where I'm like, never surrender. It's winnable. But also I don't have like a house. And sorry, 1 second, this chatter, look at them. Look at how mad they are. You're one of the most vile people out here. I hope you get PTSD. Woohoo. Okay. Do you wanna make a little spell? You wanna cast a little spell?
Like at all. Because
I hope
her camera is so fucking big and it bothers me.
I hope you PTSD's nuts on your face. Shut up. I guess they think you're a Frogan or something. I don't know. Some chatters are just cooked. It's hard for some chatters out there. What was I saying? You don't pre-watch videos you react to? Sometimes. It depends on the video.
Fucking big and it bothers me.
Why are we supposed to dislike you? Well, Miskiff just said it. My camera's too big and it should bother you. What was I? Big ass camera. Really mad. Oh yeah. The one thing that sucks about pre-watching, I'll pre-watch chunks, but I want my authentic reaction to be on stream. And sometimes things are so baffling when I'm watching it privately and I'm like, well, I want to watch this for stream. I'll watch it and I'll be like, or like I let out like the most demonic cackle. And then when I do it on stream, it's just not the same, you know? I like to prep content for stream. Like I like to get some timestamps ready because I know the ideas and stuff that I want to get to. But anyways, what was I saying? Wait, there was something. No, damn it. Oh, right, I remember. Yeah, and I've always said from like the very beginning not to like criticize or like go in on Casey, you know, for having settled and having done the ISIS style video, because like it's just, I can't imagine what it would be like to think about potentially losing a case and then I lose like my house and my disabled family members don't know where to go. Like that's doesn't, because court is always a gamble. There's no guarantee you will win, and there's no guarantee you will win without having spent an obscene amount of money first, right? Like I could have easily have made that decision if I was in her position. So I do not at all think she should be criticized or hurt. Like she was targeted by someone with more money than her, and she cared more about her family than and her family's safety than you know, beating him in court. And I have me and my cats, you know. I don't have to worry about losing my house. I don't have to worry about, you know, making my family homeless. Like I'm down. Let's go. let's fucking go, man. I want to fight, and I want to fight for fair use, and I want to fight in court, and I want to win, and I want to do my best. And I really do want the universe where Ethan realizes that, like, this is just not it, man. It's just not it, man. Like, all of this time could have been spent on any number of things. All of this money could have been spent fundraising for something for like a good cause, you know? And this is what we're doing. Like, so anyways, that's what I wanted to say. Your win is a win for Casey. Yeah. And I do think I've seen a lot of people say, like, if Casey had the ability to fight and she didn't have serious concerns about like the safety and well-being of her family, maybe she could have, you know, gotten the same motion through and could have had some legal victories. But it's just like I can't imagine carrying that mental toll of like, I sure hope it's good so my family doesn't go homeless. I sure hope, like, I can't, and I hope no one judges her for that, and I hope everyone understands that the amount that she fought, as much as she did, like, her courage should not be minimized. You know? I don't know a whole lot about Frogan's case, so I can't really comment, and I don't know what is happening there. I don't understand, so I'm not going to comment on it. And I know she said she doesn't want people to comment on it, so I'm just going to respect her wishes to not comment on it. I've spoken to Casey, and she's told me that just she's happy that, you know, this is past her and that she can go back to making content, and she doesn't have to worry about, you know, like her family, and she doesn't have to worry about her house. And I feel for her, and I'm glad that she's not dealing with it anymore. And so, yeah, I wanted to share that. 100% justified for her to take priority over her family than trying to fight someone. Yeah, exactly. And I will fight in her stead, you know? I will spiritually fight for her. And you know what? She's a great actress. She's a great actress, because that hostage style video was incredible. That was an incredible performance. That was Oscar worthy, I will say. She knew what she was doing. She knew what she was doing. So I wanted to share all of that and everything, and say that I saw, like, not that many. I just saw like 1 or 2 comments of people being like, why didn't, like, Casey win? Or like, why didn't she fight harder? It's like, is that easy? If you have to worry about your family and your house, it's not that easy to just not care about that. Like, that's hard. So yeah. IRL tank. Yeah, I guess I'm just like, I kind of was just built to be a tank player, I guess. I tank in my fucking MMOs. I tank in MOBAs. I tank in shooters. Like, I'm just tank building it out, man. Nautilus, you got it. Reinhardt, you got it. Fucking other characters in Heroes of the Storm that no one knows, you got it. It's just tank life, man. Sometimes you just gotta tank. We are Casey, we carry the flame. Exactly. All right. Let's finish this video. I used to get more of your takes on my feed. I don't know what happened, but glad you're okay. Thanks. I just haven't had a lot to post on Twitter lately. I've been spending a little bit less time on Twitter because I'm trying to focus on Instagram and TikTok. Because I'm like, it's something I've put off for a really long time. It's like learning how to do short form content, so I've been practicing. This is what I put together. I always feel like it's show and tell when I show you guys what I've been working on. It's like, look, and this is what I brought to class. Oh, technically characters from HOTS are from WoW and StarCraft, so people would know them. Oh, you're fucking right. I played Tyrael and Blaze. I don't know if Blaze is no, Blaze is from StarCraft, I think. And I play a Nubarak. I think he's from WoW. I like those characters. Those are fun. And Joanna, which is a Diablo. Oh, is Nubarak Diablo 3? Oops, sorry. I do like tanking in that game. All right. Do you guys like this? How it feels to listen to someone complain about the new God of War. I just don't understand why it's a woman. Why would I want to see a woman's ass while I'm playing a game? That would be gay. It's just not realistic that a woman would be able to do that. It's not realistic that a woman could use a sword. And I don't care that she's a god. She's still a woman. I just don't understand why they made her ugly. Why is she so ugly? There has literally never been a successful franchise with a woman. I just think that her boobs could have been bigger. I don't know if you guys like it. So yeah, I've been off Twitter to do more of this stuff. To do more content like this. So people who use Instagram and TikTok maybe can see more of my content. And then eventually I'll start posting them on Twitter as well. Why did they make her so ugly? The people saying they made her so ugly is so funny. So I can't wait until The Witcher 4 comes out and then they continue to do that weird shit with Siri. Yup, exactly. Now, all right, enough stalling.
You gotta finally fucking say this was a ridiculous process, right? I mean, Philip DeFranco, Moist Critical, like there's gonna be a point where people actually.
I'm gonna tell you guys the truth. Personally, I think that Moist Critical and Philip DeFranco are waiting for the official ruling, and then they are gonna say something because then it'll be too big to ignore. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they'll never make a video on it.
Cover this stuff, right? I hope. Yes, there's an insane Abdul El Sayed internal poll that came out that I've been that I've seen. It's insane. Like literally insane. It's unbelievable. Anyway, on Denims showing nearly the entire video, the court said that doesn't matter when copying isn't necessary for criticism. The citation was Hosseinzadeh versus Klein. All in all, the ruling cites the literal Ethan Klein landmark fair use ruling 12 times. 12 times.
I didn't even realize it was that many times.
Every single fair use factor that went her way cited his own case law back to him. Can we talk? Wait. Like, this is a landmark ruling, a game changer once again. And for the record, if you want to know how fucking psychotic Ethan and his stupid fucking lawyer are, this is a part of the fucking documents that they filed where they said it's mostly just shitting on me for some reason. It's like 300 pages.
There's so many pages talking about him. It's like, I can't believe he put the Hitler photo in there, man.
And like most of it is just being like, well, Hasan Piker is actually the Kleins are dual Israeli-American citizens. Hila was born and raised in Israel, where she served as a secretary during her mandatory conscription into the Israeli Defense Forces. While both Ethan and Hila are highly supportive of Palestinian self-determination and extremely critical of Israel and its government, the Kleins support a two-state solution as the best interim solution to the conflict. Not relevant to the fucking case at all, but put that in there. In the wake of October 7th, Hasan emerged as the modern incarnation of the Grand Mufti Haj Amin al-Husseini. Like al-Husseini, Hasan became a passionate advocate and highly charismatic leader. Why is this in the fucking documents? I covered it briefly in the beginning, and I didn't have a lot of time to fucking cover this shit extensively because this was at the peak of amidst the ongoing genocide. And since then, obviously, the situation has evolved. But it's insane to me that there are pages after pages after pages riddled with psychotic screeds such as this one.
Come on, show it. Show the image.
What is this? Address this? Yeah. No, literally, this is from the actual court documents. It's not a joke. Al-Husseini meets Adolf Hitler, November 28, 1941. He's saying, I became the Grand Mufti of Palestine. In the Denims lawsuit, Hasan is compared to the Grand Mufti of Palestine. Like al-Husseini, Hasan uses massive platform to spread genocidal rhetoric about anyone advocating for the right of Jewish self-determination in their ancestral homeland, i.e. Zionists. The primary difference between Hasan... Remember, this is a copyright suit. This is a fucking DMCA suit. Why is this in the fucking DMCA?
Shut up, socialist.
Dude. Is this fair use or not?
And for those who are a little confused, yes. Ethan really put in his original filing a photo of Mufti talking to Hitler and said, this guy really is exactly like Hasan. And I'm not joking. I'm being very serious.
Shut up, socialist.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Thanks, handsome and Mr. Mo. Diner Smash, thank you so much for the 10 gift subs. I'm too old for Twitch. Thank you for the 10 gift subs. Jackie Jean, thank you for the 5. Midwestern, thank you for the 5. Joel, thank you for the gift subs. I hope I know I've missed some people. Chewy Drawn, thank you for the 10. Thank you guys. Thank you. Zelfril, thank you for the 10. Thanks, guys. I really do appreciate it. I've been trying to close the wage gap on Twitch, the gender pay gap on Twitch, all right? And your donations are allowing this to happen, all right? I couldn't help but notice, you know, I tuned into Mike's stream and he's got 6,000 subs. Tune into the Denim stream. Only 3,000 subs.
I don't like Denims, like, at all, because I heard camera is so
leftist
fucking
and
big,
yet
and
sexist.
it bothers me.
Really makes you wonder. 50% wage gap. Huh. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, I'm gonna need to see this remedied, guys. I'm gonna need to see this remedied immediately. All right? This is unacceptable. This is I give you guys great content like this. Tectone crashing out. The court system once again being complete bullshit. How can we trust the legal system when this woman stated
I don't like Denims, like, at all, because I heard camera is so fucking big, and it bothers me.
I give all of you wonderful content like this. And what do I get for it? Subscriptions to male streamers. Interesting. Interesting. What does this guy even do anymore? I don't fucking know. Tier lists of underage characters from gacha games, I guess. If you the first comment is pretty funny. If you scream, "I am intentionally speeding," while going 50 miles per hour on the highway, you won't get a ticket. That's crazy. That's diabolical. Tofu, thank you for the 10 gift subs. Bobo, thank you for the prime. No, thank you for the prime. DT, thank you for the tier 1. Kev Nice, thank you for the 5. Only positive vibes, thank you for the 5. The UVC, thank you for the 5. Over at Sloth, thank you for the 21 months. Stem Girlfriend, thank you for the prime. Nerd with a Beanie, thank you for the 36. Overfen, thank you for the 5.
Like, at all, because
I gotta get a new one.
Camera is so fucking big, and it bothers me.
I gotta get a smaller camera. Wetterberg, thank you for the gift sub. Thank you guys. Contra, thank you for the 20 gift subs. Thank you so much. Thank you. Oh my god. All right. Closing this. Let's keep going.
And there are so many fraudulent slop tuber charlatans that looked at this and were like, this is based. Like, there are so many fraudulent ass charlatan bitches all over the fucking commentary sphere.
Suggestion for a new sound to replace Mizkif's soundbite. Hasan saying they should be kissing Denim's feet. That would be pretty good. That would be pretty funny. Wait, let me try and make it happen. Wait.
That looked at this suit and were like, this is awesome. Everything is above board here. This is fucking fantastic. What are you talking about? It's a fucking copyright suit, not even against me. It's a copyright suit against Denims. This is what I mean when I say we have a crisis in stupidity. We have a crisis in illiteracy. There is a real, genuine crisis that so many people watched this shit happen and went to like perverted, weird ass fake lawyer YouTube pages where they were like, well, I wear a suit and I'm giving you expert analysis. I'm a lawyer. And everyone was like, oh my God. Oh my God. This is actually incredible. Oh my God. This is peak. This is peak lawyering. It's fucking over. It's so over. Denims is 1,000,000% done. Denims is 2,000,000% done. Hasan's friend Denims is dead.
The mullet rolls are gone, people.
When did I die, dude? What the hell? Must have missed that part. Must have missed that patch.
The only reason why Kaceytron had to concede. And
wait, Chad, I gotta piss. I gotta pee really quickly. You guys can listen to Dr. Jihad scream at you. One sec.
And settle was because she didn't have enough money. Yeah, this motherfucker wanted to sue me too. At some point, someone has to literally talk to this man and be like, dog, you have kids. You have businesses. You're throwing everything by the wayside. What the fuck are you doing? You've leaned into some of the biggest weirdos on the fucking internet because they're the last people that will offer you a crumb of support. And he just doesn't listen. He doesn't listen to anything. He does not listen to anything. Like, is there no one in Ethan's corner that was like, brother, why are you doing any of this? Please stop. I mean, I said it. I said it, but of course he won't listen to me because apparently I'm the fucking Grand Mufti of Palestine from his assessment. Last year, when he told Ethan Klein to drop the lawsuits, the fake YouTube lawyer said, you don't know anything about copyright. Yeah. Hasan, please stop pretending you understand anything about copyright. You can barely read properly. How'd that work out for you? Legal mindset? Here's the thing. Here's the problem. Okay? These guys are fucking losers. And they're morons. But the audience demands this kind of moronic attitude. So for them, they won't get punished. Their audiences won't turn around and be like, well, honestly, you really fucked up here, right? You really fucked us up. You told us that this was actually going to be great. You told us everything was going to be fucking fine. Yeah, I retweeted. I said, how'd this work out, dipshit? It's just like, I don't think that.
Time for Hasan to sue me for malicious theft of his content. Please, someone tell Hasan, please. Tell him I stepped away for 2 minutes.
There is going to be an actual come to Jesus moment for any of these guys. Okay? I don't think there is going to be an actual come to Jesus moment for any of these guys or their audiences. I think ultimately their audience doesn't want to know the truth. They just want to keep fucking fighting. They want to keep fighting women in general. They want to keep fighting Muslims. None of these creators have even.
Why would the fucking Arabs do this? Isn't it a coincidence? Isn't it a coincidence that the fucking Arab and the woman is doing this? Interesting.
And tweeted about it? Yeah, because they're moving on. They're going to move on to the next thing. And they're wrong all the time. Like, this is what I mean. This is precisely what I'm talking about. They're always wrong, and yet their audiences don't care about the truth at all. So they just live in this fucking complete alternative reality, and I don't know how. I don't know why you would want to live there. I don't know why you would want to live in an alternative universe.
And I mean, I think a lot of these people, they just like, they want to be on the side of the winners, and they thought, because they actually got deceived by all of these people into thinking that the winners the winner here was going to be completely, totally Ethan. And so everybody else started feeding into it. And if anyone ever supported me, they were just simping and they were just trying to get Hasan clout. And she's not going to fuck you, bro. And whatever, stupid nonsense. And like, I think that the people who were reasonable, they were like, you know, it's hard to say how it'll rule. It depends on what cases they cite. It depends on, you know, how good the arguments are from Ethan's side. It depends on a lot of things. I wouldn't mind that. I'd be like, okay, that's reasonable. That's because you kind of don't know with courts, like what's going to happen. You're not being smug enough. You're behaving 5% as smug as you're entitled. Listen, I'll be smug when it's totally, completely over. When it's completely done and we're good, then yeah. You should go through the original LSF thread and this new one and see how tunes have extremely changed. Dude, it's so funny. The original LSF threads are like, she's literally gonna go homeless. She is already homeless. I think she just went homeless. And the current one is like, it's filled with comments like, see, I've said from the beginning, she has the strongest case. I wish I could roll my eyes back farther. Christ. You live in a really nice tent, I guess? Yeah. The former mod of LSF admitted to why the sub is so brigaded. I have a link. You can send it and I'll watch it off stream. Then maybe we could watch it tomorrow. What was I going to say? I was going to say something else. The exaggerated thumbnails are so good. I love the exaggerate. My favorite was like, there was one YouTuber that was like Googling photos of me crying. It was kind of weirdly like a little sexual, I'm going to be honest. It was kind of giving psychosexual obsession. But they were like, Denim's crying. Denim's crying now. And they clicked on an AI thumbnail and they were like, they skimmed through the video to find me crying in the video. And then they realized it's just an AI thumbnail. And they were like, well, whatever. And they just screenshotted the image. It's like, that's amazing. I think I've cried like twice on stream. And like once it was very demure because chat did something that made me happy. And then there was one other time that like, I think I was just covering this stuff in Gaza and it was just like really hard. And that's it. That's like, thank you for the link, Rook One Up. I'll look at it in a little bit. I was gonna say something else though. Oh, yeah. I mean, a lot of these law tubers were like the post that they were like. I think it's reasonable to be like, well, we don't know how it's gonna play out, and I also think it's reasonable to say Ethan has way more money, so he can afford, you know, like a better legal representation, or he can afford X, Y, and Z, whatever. That makes sense to me, right? That would make fucking sense to me. But the number of people that were saying like, she literally could not win this no matter what legal representation she has. Her lawyer is fucking, her lawyers are scamming her. She's paying millions of dollars on lawyers and she has no idea she's gonna lose. There's no way a judge would ever grant her anything. It's like, dude, the hate comments I got there were like, this is just because I'm trying to be a friend to you. You need to settle right now. It's like, huh? Why the fuck would I listen to you? Okay. God, dude. Are you dressed like a lawyer? Can we get a fit check? Yes, actually, as the final decree for today. So basically, just to wrap everything up for today, I want to say that we still got a bit of a fight ahead of us because this is still just a tentative ruling. And the official ruling should be out soon, hopefully anywhere from a couple days to a couple weeks. I don't have more information than that, unfortunately. It's pretty rare or uncommon that they change the official ruling, but I guess we'll see. I plan to keep fighting, obviously. And you have to remember, this is something very important that not very many people are talking about. Tentative rulings mean, sorry, not tentative rulings, motion for judgment on the pleadings means that we accept everything that Ethan Klein has said as factually correct. which means this case currently for me is weaker than it could be because there are lots of things that I disagree. That if we were going to go and fight certain things, I would disagree with. So this is it's very, very important to note that God forbid this showed up in front of a jury. Yeah, there would be a lot more things that I could show. Like, for example, the clip of him saying, you know, I watched the content cop immediately when it came out. I am the fucking legend, you know, and him saying like, yeah, I doubled the runtime. That's what's needed for like a good, fair react. Like, I can't bring any of that stuff up right now because a motion for judgment on the pleadings means you don't bring in any new information. You just accept the facts, the statements from the plaintiff as factual, and you go from there. So you agree Hasan is the Mufti? Stop. So that is to say, if this somehow ended up in front of a jury, there would be a lot more things that would make this case 10 times stronger than I think it already is. So yeah, we still have a lot of stuff to potentially get to. There is another part of the lawsuit regarding the Countdown episode, but I don't know how that'll shake out after this ruling. So yeah, I don't really have more than that to say. Those are all of the big updates. Oh yes. Oh yes. Oh yes, we're getting some valuetainment now. Anti-corporatist, thank you for the 5 gift sub. Thank you for the 5 gift. Stop. All right. So that one's a keeper. I think that one might be a keeper. Yeah, and as I've always said, you know, I keep you guys in the loop. The only time I don't keep you guys in the loop is when things are just not public, and I just can't make things more public.
They should be kissing Denims' feet.
I'm gonna get so much valuetainment out of that. It needs to be just a little louder. I'll mess with it after stream, but Scarlett, thank you for the 5 gifts of Grand.
Kissing Denims' feet.
Thank you, Grandmaster. Thank you, Free, for the 5 gifties. Thank you. Thanks, guys. All right.
They should be kissing Denims' feet.
All right. Okay. I'm so glad I suggested this. Thank you, Sarnix. So yeah, we still have more updates coming. I will, as I've always promised, keep you guys in the loop. The only time I haven't kept you guys in the loop is when things are not public, and I just can't share this information until it is officially filed. So yeah, I will keep you guys in the loop as much as I can going forward. I'll let you guys know as soon as there are more updates.
They should be kissing Denims' feet.
They should be kissing Denims' feet. Denims is streaming. And I'll send you guys over. You know what? I'll send you guys over to the Grand Mufti. All right? Oh wait, fit check. Yeah, this is actually what I wore yesterday to the hearing. Let me see if I can.
Hasan's hot. Oh, I'm gonna fuck him.
I was wearing some pantyhose though. Hose. Sorry. Where's our mayoral stretch? Mayor Cat is I think he's eating wormy, so I don't have him. So you'll just have to tune in tomorrow for that. And tomorrow I wanted to talk about the more Pegasus stuff. I think there was maybe 1 or 2 more lawsuit things that I forgot to get to, or we ran out of time. So, Los Sosos, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Super Cheetah, thank you for the 5 gift subs. I'll send you guys over to Hasan's stream. Please have a great rest of your day, everybody. Stay hydrated. Tell your homies you love them. And I will see all of you guys tomorrow.